Shit, I've been muted this entire time and nobody said fucking anything. You stupid bastards. I had a whole monologue just now. I had a whole monologue and you guys just let me. And didn't say a goddamn thing. You fuckheads. Okay, well, this is what I was saying. It's Super fucking Tuesday. We're going to be looking at all of the, all of the memes, all of the good memes. I've been opening up a fuckload of memes for us to go over here and there as we pop in and out of looking at the Super Tuesday results. It is going to be Biden winning the Democratic side. It's going to be Trump winning the Republican side. Let's see. Taylor Swift reminds people who to vote, or reminds people to vote on Super Tuesday. Taylor Swift is urging her legions of followers to get out and vote on Super Tuesday. Taylor Swift wins. Swifties up so big, dude. Swifties up so big, dude. A message on her stories reminding people. Bro, I had a heart attack for a second there. I thought it had my fucking real Instagram. Will it loop? Nope. It will not loop. Can I go back? Can I pause it? There we go. Today, March 5th, is the presidential primary in Tennessee and 16 other states and territories. I wanted to remind you guys. Is it only 16? I thought it was like 20. Anyways, I wanted to remind you guys to vote the people who most represent you into power. If you haven't already, make a plan to vote today. Whether you're in Tennessee or somewhere else in the U.S., check your polling places and times at vote.org. Man, I bet you by tomorrow we're going to see some major fucking coping from conservatives. Coomer account. Wait, why? This meme? Okay, let's look at this meme. Okay, wait, hold on. Pause. People are going to be super fucking mad at this because people were already mad at, well, I'm saying people, conservatives. All right, let's be real. We're mad that Taylor Swift is telling young people to go out and vote. Because on average, who's going to be voting or who are they going to vote for? Swiftie fans. Are they going to be voting for Donald Trump? The guy that she has on multiple occasions said this shit's fucking crazy? Or is it going to be based Joe Biden, who I think she has said positive things about? Now, this right here, there's no partisanship in here. Vote the people who most represent you into power. But they're still going to lose their fucking mind about it. Just like they lost their mind that she was dating one of the fucking chiefs. Why does it matter? It's just parties? Wait, what do you mean? Why does what matter? It's just parties. Ultimately, well, here's the thing. I think I understand what you mean. People cannot vote against Trump. Okay, yeah, no, I understand. Yeah. If you're asking why does it matter insofar as like why would they get mad about it? Because they don't want Taylor Swift to get a bunch of young people politically active, even if it is for one election cycle. Because young people, on average, are going to be voting for, Democrats, right? And even if it is just Super Tuesday and they can't vote against Trump, It can lead to, a demoralization of Republican Party if they see like a fuckload of young people come out and, they don't have the ability to pull those people away from Biden, right? Like that's one thing. It also, if it's a bunch of young people who are going to go and vote and they know that Taylor Swift doesn't like Donald Trump, it is conceivable, given how fucking crazy popular. Now, I don't know if this would actually happen or if it could actually happen, but it is not inconceivable to me that if there are enough conservative, Taylor Swift fans out there that go out and vote and they vote for Nikki Haley because girl power, I can imagine that would cause a stir. All right, because Swifties are all about girl power. Young people don't vote. That is on average true, but arguably Biden won in 2020 because of the youth vote, but that is also because it was the largest voting year on record. Sondsol is a Swiftie confirmed. I think that being a Swiftie right now is based, not because I really listen to any of her music at all, but just because, damn, the fucking Fox News headlines about her were so fucking deranged that, if anything, this is like my biggest spite-based politics thing. I want Taylor Swift to go out and like actually mobilize the youth vote. Not just because I'm a partisan Dem, because I really want to see how fucking crazy the malding is on Fox News over Taylor Swift telling people to go out and vote and then Biden win. That would be so and then Taylor Swift doing a fucking victory lap on the back of Travis Kelce's fucking, on his back, on his shoulders. And they just like run around fucking shooting champagne and shit saying, fuck Donald Trump. That shit would be so fucking funny to me. All right. Biden stuns MAGA world by announcing jaw-dropping $42 million grassroots fundraising haul for February. The strongest yet for this election cycle. Jesus Christ. No shot. In college, for people's 22nd birthday, we would let them get them stupidly drunk and then wake them up at 5 a.m. to her song 22 as they have a massive hangover. I'm not going to lie, folks. I didn't know she had a song called 22. He's going to get it. He's going to need a lot of money. Biden is getting crushed. So maybe we should just watch the video. But there's this guy that I really like that we've watched a couple of times on stream, and he's, I believe he's like a Harvard poli-sci graduate who just bought like a fucking $10 microphone and then knows how to work a screen capture, and he'll just like put out 1 or 2 15-minute videos a day. Just, hey guys, anyways, I'm going to delve into like the autistic tiny ass little details on every single like state election going on and shit like that, So at least she does have a song called 16 like most country songs. Oof. Uh-oh. You're saying F. Did I lose? No, I haven't dropped a single fucking frame. Fuck you. Anyways, it's better than watching the smug bug lolly slap fight. We're not talking about lolly ever again on this stream. We're never doing it. Anyways, back to Biden getting crushed or not crushed and needing a bunch of money for that. So on one hand, the polling is showing that he is down in the polls versus Trump on the national level. However, when we look at all of the states that are kind of toss-up states, Arizona right now, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, those places, the Democrats are up bigly. They're up bigly when it comes to the Senate races, even despite Biden's low polling numbers, right? So I do wonder, you know what, we should just watch the video because I was kind of only passively listening to it while I was cleaning earlier today. We should watch that video. Also, Sinema dropped out of the Senate race, and it will change slightly what he talks about in the video here. Let me just go ahead and pull my thing off to the side here. Go to my history. Sorry, yawning. Let's see. Scroll down. Scroll down. Okay, it must be this
Today,
one.
March 4th, 2024, and today we are going to be taking a look at the 2024 United States Senate elections. Elections that will take place on November 5th, 2024, and that will determine the future of this upcoming Congress for Democrats and...
Who's replacing Sinema? Whoever wins the election. But the problem is she was getting primaried, right? She was getting primaried with zero hope of winning the Democratic primary because the Democrats in Arizona fucking hate her. All right. So she was getting primaried. She's already said that she was switching to independent and just caucusing with the Democrats, right? Who is the Dem candidate? He talks about it in here. I don't remember the guy's name. But Arizona is almost a guaranteed win on the Senate because I believe it's Carrie fucking Lake. You know, the former governor of Arizona that lost and still says that it was a sham election, just like Trump, and uses all of the same fucking arguments that Trump says that he actually won the election. You know? I feel vindicated. Suck it, Jack. If Jack in the Discord was saying that Sinema was going to win, that was mega cope. I don't think that there has been a single positive poll out of Arizona for her in a long time.
And Republicans. Now, taking a look at where we are at the baseline, this map has 34 open seats. Traditionally speaking, there are around 33 open seats, but Nebraska right now is having a special election which gives it 2 open Senate seats this election cycle. Now, looking at this map as well, there's one thing that might be clear to you just straight off the bat. There are significantly more Democratic incumbents up for re-election than they are Republicans. Currently speaking, Democrats in the last election expanded their majority to 51 to 49, which now has been reduced to 28 to 38 with 34 seats up for grabs. Point being, Republicans have around just 11 out of the total 34 seats here that are up for grabs in this election cycle. In 2018, this is the same exact map that was used then, as it does rotate every 6 years. And looking at where we are in this map, I also will say Republicans are expecting that this map is their best potential Senate map that could have come up this election cycle. Not the one in 2020, not the one in 2022, but rather the one in 2024 that again was used in 2018, 2012, and so on and so forth. And so to start things off, we will just address the obvious here. Not every state is going to be competitive. And in fact, the overwhelming majority of them simply will not be. States like Washington and California are easily going to vote for Democratic incumbents, and that really just isn't much of a problem here because Republicans also just aren't invested nor focused on winning in that state either. Looking across the country to the East Coast, states like New Jersey and Delaware. New Jersey actually has an interesting Senate primary coming up, but that's really the extent of what's interesting in that state. When you're taking a look at everything else, it's pretty much Democratic, and there isn't much to focus on, except for a few competitive congressional elections. In the state of Maryland, and equally interesting...
This is just going to be the 2024 Senate elections. Biden, here's the thing, okay. I'm not super concerned about Biden right now winning or losing the presidency because there's a long time that we have. I mean, it's all things considered, it's a very short amount of time until we have the election. But there's a lot of time for news to change and opinions to change, especially when it comes to Trump. There are a lot of independents that do not like Trump. There are a lot of never Trump Republicans who are voting for Haley and will either not vote for Biden, or write in a write-in candidate on, November 5th or whenever the election is. Okay. So once we start getting closer, like August, September, then we can start like really pulling out our hair if the polls stay exactly the same, right? But I think right now, the Biden administration just needs to buckle down, do some really cool stuff, which I think that they're doing some really cool stuff today. I think that, or maybe it was yesterday, they are getting, they passed a law that is very pro middle class for people that can't afford their credit card bills, and limiting the amount of money that a credit card company or a bank can charge someone for late fees. From like the average, I think, was like $35 to $38, and they put a max cap on that is $8, I believe. Maybe I have something wrong there, but I just heard about it right before stream. So that's really big. He's also setting up a committee or some sort of like task force with the FTC and with several senators and with other enforcement agencies to look at anti-competitive pricing models that are like in food, housing, banking, and like 3 other sectors of the economy. So they're going to go after people that are just like jacking up the prices on shit because they can. So if that actually ends up succeeding and actually, you know, lowers the price of like gas and lowers the price of food and lowers the price of you know, future housing developments or some shit like that, you know, I think that could really, really positively impact Biden's polling numbers.
Democratic primary here, shaping up to take place sometime around April. We will have a good idea, or April, May actually, we will have a good idea of what the composition of the Senate will look like from states like New Jersey, like Maryland, once those primaries are over, again, because they are so solidly blue that the primary is the real contest of this election. New York's going to be safe blue. Now, the state of Vermont has an incumbent. That incumbent is Bernie Sanders. He's an independent who caucuses with the Democratic Party. So for the sake of counting and the sake of this video, Vermont's going to be a safe blue state because that's how it actually works out when it comes down to the eventual election. Angus King is running for re-election in the state of Maine. He's quite popular. I really do have confidence that he will win that state by a safe margin. I genuinely believe that he's going to be able to do very well in terms of crossover support, in terms of fundamentally winning over voters that might be otherwise inclined to vote for Trump or vote for other Republicans if it was an open race. Angus King has a strong reputation as an independent and somebody who has represented the state of Maine in their eyes quite well. Moving over to the state of Virginia, this is Tim Kaine's seat. His name might ring a bell because he ran for...
The scariest thing is that Trump's health or Biden's health can determine the future of the United States. Yeah, I know. I really do think that we should put a maximum age at which you can run for president, right? Like if we set, let's say the cap at 80, right? And then you run at 79. Yeah, you can run at 79 as long as your birthday is after you're inaugurated, right? I feel like that would be like something that we should do. But
vice president back in 2016 alongside...
Is Vivek going to be vice president for Trump? I think that Trump has already said that he wants to select a woman because he wants to get that middle class white wine mom vote, you know?
Hillary Clinton, he's going to win re-election. Very, very popular guy. Decided to run for re-election despite heavy speculation that he was actually not going to. I think the concern here for Democrats was that this would actually increase the amount of competitive...
And I also doubt that it would be Haley. There is a lady who is, I believe, a congresswoman who is just like an AI Republican woman, MAGA person, who presents herself well, unlike fucking Marjorie Taylor Greene, who has been really like gunning for that kind of consideration. I cannot remember her fucking name, but she is like an android. All right.
Seats. They soon found out that that simply wasn't the case, that he was totally going to run anyway, and so what we were finding is that the state of Virginia is a pretty solid Democratic state. Now, the final 2 states that we characterized as safe blue in the last election prediction just around 2 months ago were the states of Minnesota and New Mexico. And I think because we've seen strong performances from these Democrats in the past, it made sense to characterize them as safe blue. But I think one thing that we have sort of come to understand too is that crossover support has been diminishing quite tremendously. I think this might be the last election in which states like Minnesota and New Mexico actually vote safe blue when the presidential margin might be a lot closer than that. I think Amy Klobuchar has a very good amount of support in that state. When you take a look back too, at our 2018 victory, we can actually take a look because I have a wonderful tool here. Amy Klobuchar won by around 24 points. Martin Heinrich won by around 24 points as well. And so, looking at where they were, again, the environment in New Mexico at the time was conducive for that safe Democratic victory because Gary Johnson was running as the former governor who had been a Republican, switching over to Libertarian, decided to run here as a Libertarian, split a lot of the Republican vote there, but Amy Klobuchar really built up to that 60% mark, enough to say I think in 2024, maintaining that level of popularity, which I genuinely believe she has. Minnesota is a safe blue state. New Mexico, I'm a little bit more worried about. And I think New Mexico for right now, until the GOP fields a very strong candidate in this race, I would still be confident in determining it to be a safe blue state. Looking at where President Biden was in 2020, he won by around 10 points. The Senate race there was arguably a lot closer, I think, to a lot more people's surprise. But I think looking at Martin Heinrich in the past, looking at where he is in this election cycle, it doesn't look like he's in a position where he's going to lose a state that Biden won by 10 points. And in fact, he may do tremendously better, as he has actually in multiple election cycles.
Did he say something, Boba?
Where Democrats were expected to do in the past and where they have been and what they could do potentially in the future coming this November. Because I genuinely think what we would also find is that New Mexico and Minnesota's margin of victories and Virginia and many of these other states actually would be higher for the Senate candidate compared to the president, which is very different than what we've seen in past election cycles. But that's pretty much it in terms of the states that we can characterize as safe blue. Now we're moving on to the safe red states. And I think from this point onward, you will start to see exactly why Republicans are so hopeful about where we are in this Senate map and what their chances are winning back the Senate majority in 2024. And so to begin, Democrats are at 43, Republicans at a baseline are at 38, and it's only going to get worse here for Democrats. So Utah, Wyoming, Nebraska special election, Missouri, Tennessee, Mississippi, West Virginia, Indiana are all safe red states, including the state of North Dakota. And so West Virginia here is a unique point of interest because it actually is held by a Democrat. Anyone guess who that Democrat is? It's Joe Manchin, who is deciding not to run for re-election, and a lot of people speculate it's because he knows he would lose. After his 2018 victory of just 3.2% against Patrick Morrisey, arguably one of the lackluster candidates that we saw across the country, probably one of the worst, and who didn't do so well when it came down to campaigning. He did.
Do you have a guess about how much Trump is winning by on average? If we were to look at that, because the polls closed 21 minutes ago, I believe. So I guess we can look at this. Is there a... Man, I really wish that this wasn't up there. It's cutting off like a fucking almost a third of the screen. Oh, man. Trump, I expect it's going to hold really close to the Real Clear Politics numbers. Go away, please. Yeah, I have a feeling it's probably going to map on. No, maybe not that much. Is he at 78%, dude? Bro, Republicans are so fucking lost. I would think that he's going to win with like a 60 to 70 point margin. I don't think he's going to get 80, but it's very possible. Like, I'm not the something that I am currently learning. How's it going, Joseph? As a political science student, I am very, very new to analyzing polling and making predictions off of polling, because there's a lot of stuff that you kind of have to why so judgmental on almost half the voting population? I think that Republicans, if this is your first time here, I really hate MAGA people. Not just like all Republicans, because I don't think that 78% of people who are or like the people who are supporting Trump, like 78%, right? I don't put all of them into the MAGA category, right? But the MAGA part of the Republican Party, I think, is fundamentally destroying huge aspects of what I think is so cool about America. But if you continue watching, you'll get more of an idea of where my opinion stands. It's not all Republicans. There are other conservatives, even in chat with you right now. If you're a conservative, I can be chill. There are conservatives that I respect. There are Republicans that I respect. But I think that MAGA type shit is just so unbelievably destructive to so many aspects of what it means to be an American, right? Global dominance. I don't think that Trump or the MAGA base is ever going to, continue us along the path of global dominance. I don't think that the isolationism is ever going to be good for our economy. I don't think it's going to be good for our security. I don't think it's going to be good for our image on the world stage and our ability to negotiate with our partners across, whether it's in Europe or in Asia or in Africa or South America. I just don't think that that's what Trump gets us, right? Now you could say that maybe Biden doesn't do that, but every criticism of Biden, there are three things. There are legitimate, there are arguable, and then there are just illegitimate criticisms, right? You don't think the white American middle class can sustain the economy without relying on others? No. I don't think that the American middle class, across all racial demographics, working together, can sustain the economy without relying on others. No, not at all. I don't see Kick Chat. Oh, shit. Why is that? Oh, fuck. You know what? OBS did update right before I started streaming. And I don't know. Hold on. I don't know if I actually have the ability to fix that on the fly. Browser 2. Refresh cache. Strange. Okay. Something that I'll have to fix after stream. But yeah, no, I don't think that America can sustain itself at the level that we're at without relying on others, because that's just what a international global economy looks like, right? An international global economy is what the rest of the world is working with us. And so if we try to move away from that, we're eventually going to just fall to the wayside. We'll be, the British Empire 2.0, trying to pretend like we still have a lot of influence when we're just, a bunch of porridge eating, bad fucked up teeth having, whiteys who are scared of immigrants, right? We have one of those things. Let's not have all of them. What is this? Oh, fuck off.
To Nikki Haley.
Oh, wait, you know what? I actually clicked on the full MSNBC video for this. I guess we'll see a little clip of this. Oh, and it's Luke Beasley. What a good guy. What made you switch from Trump to Nikki Haley? The man is a lunatic. I think he's terrible for the country.
What made you switch from Trump to Nikki Haley?
The man is a lunatic, and I think he's terrible for the country.
What are you thinking about when you say that?
Just that he lies, he cheats, he's bankrupted millions of businesses and people, and I don't see anything good about him.
What made you switch from...
Jesus fucking Giga Chad, just like, I don't see anything good about him. Fuck, I went on such a long tangent there that I forgot what my initial point was, but in the USSR, they would build cars, and one part was built in each county, so when it fell apart, no one could make cars. Jesus. Or, you mean country. Fuck. There's hope for conservatives? We can hope. One sec. Let's see. Not that one.
I would vote.
Not that one. Oh, actually, it is this one, I think.
For Joe
No,
Biden.
because that was an MSNBC.
CBS News is getting...
Stop.
Millions. Exactly.
Oh my god.
Why
did I click on so much MSNBC? I fucking
Donald
hate
Trump seems
MSNBC. Fuck.
Let's go straight to the.
She has a chance of winning a state, bro? Hold on.
Voters
Let me
are
just pause these really quick and see. Ah, there it is.
What made you switch from Trump to Nikki Haley?
The man is a lunatic.
The stronger.
Okay, we're going to watch this after we finish the the thing that I pulled up to show you guys. Oh, it's this one.
Did get the Trump endorsement, but Joe Manchin was very liked, very popular across the state. But his margins had clearly decreased quite significantly in years past. His first election was in 2010. A special election in which he won by around 10.1% in a year at which Republicans picked up so many Senate seats. I mean, they went from Republicans being down 59 to 41. 59 to 41. Take a look at this map. South Dakota, safe blue. Arkansas, safe blue. It's fascinating, if you ask me. Then you move over and take a look at 2010, and it flips, right? You have states like Connecticut down to being 12 points. States like Illinois flipping red, right? Colorado, extremely close. California being only 10 points. This was a rejection of President Obama, but in the state of West Virginia, Joe Manchin won by 10.1%. And so then 2 years later, though, does phenomenal, wins by 24 points against the same exact Republican who ran against him in the last election cycle. But then came 2018, a reckoning point for Missouri Democrats, Indiana Democrats, North Dakota Democrats, Florida Democrats, because by the next cycle, what we saw was that it flipped red in all of those states. Florida, red. North Dakota, red. Missouri, red. Tennessee, red, obviously, but that was interesting, so I mentioned it because I was thinking about it, thinking about Nashville the other day. Indiana, red. And so it really showed to, I think, the public, to Democrats and Republicans, that no matter...
Just wonder if there is a future where Trump bulldozes Arlington Cemetery for a hotel and Republicans are willing to call him out. Yeah, I feel like at that point that I feel like that's so extreme that everyone would be so. But you know what? We said that about literally every single other fucking thing. Ha! We said that about literally every other fucking thing that Trump has ever done. Like, that's probably so extreme that like nobody would go for it. So, but like in reality, I think that would be too much. But who knows? Honestly.
You know, how it was in the past. Sometimes polarization gets the best of even the strongest of incumbents. Claire McCaskill, who had won by 15, lost the next cycle by 6. An over 20-point swing that was largely in line with the swing we saw between Romney and Trump, but even more so. And so West Virginia we knew was out of reach here. I'm spending a lot of time talking about it because it is one of the few flips we will likely see this cycle, but it's an automatic one. It's one that came with no hesitation, and Joe Manchin is on track to leave the Senate, not run for any higher office. He's done, and that brings Republicans to 48. And so that narrows us down to just 9 Senate seats that will determine the true balance of power here. But again, look at this point, the starting point for Democrats and Republicans. Democrats are at 43, Republicans are at 48. And honestly speaking, the states that Democrats would need to win to maintain their 51 to 49 advantage are extremely heavy lifts. States like Florida, which just voted in the last election cycle for Marco Rubio by 16.4%. States like Texas, which voted in 2020 for John Cornyn by 10 points and voted for Donald Trump by 6 points in that election. And Texas is one of the, most longstanding, largest Republican states. Democrats, however, are defending territory in a significant number of Trump states from 2016. These are states like Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Montana, Arizona. If Donald Trump was to win all of the states he won in 2016, the Senate map would be 54 to 46. Not good for Democrats in the least bit. But what is good for Democrats is that actually doesn't seem to be where we are today. Democrats have a very good shot at winning in some of these states. And those are states that we like to call likely blue and likely red. States like Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, where Republicans arguably don't have top-tier candidates in these races. I think what we saw in 2018 was that a lot of them were treated at some point like top recruits. Leah Vukmir, who Republicans were swearing up across the country would shock the nation and defeat Tammy Baldwin. People like Lou Barletta, who was in Congress, who ran for governor actually just 4 years later, somebody who had been known across the state, flopped. Right? Bob Casey won by 13.1%. The only real star recruit here was John James, who's now in the United States Congress and doesn't want to give up that seat in order to run for Senate. But when I take a look at who Republicans have in this cycle for Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, businessman, billionaire, California, Connecticut, blue states, states outside of where they're from. Republicans have fielded a bank owner from the state of Wisconsin. Republicans have fielded a businessman from Connecticut for the state of Pennsylvania. Right? What we have seen here is a fundamental problem in that they are outsourcing their candidates because they had nobody good on the inside. Genuinely, when you take a look at the list of people who declined.
And here's the other thing. They're fielding candidates that are, like he's talking about, because the alternative, right, is some kind of fucking whack-a-mole MAGA person. That's the problem. Like, he's going to talk about Arizona here in a minute, right, where there's going to be a matchup, I believe, and, like, please, for the love of God, I hope I'm not repeating some shit that I misunderstood. But Arizona Super Tuesday. Wait, do we have to do presidential? Nobody cares about. Damn, Joe Biden's blowing them out. Blowing them out, dude. Here, let's see here. See if we can find. Oh, Arizona's not voting today. That's why. Okay, that's why. Let me see. I'm pretty sure it's Kerry Lake. She was not going to run as a Democrat anymore. She dropped out, so it wouldn't fuck. Arizona is super red. Okay. When voting for president, Arizona is super red. Do you recognize that Arizona voted in 2 Democratic senators? Arizona, well, I mean, I guess Cinema dropped in and became an independent in the last year. But 2 Democrats, the only 2 senators they're allowed to have, are both Democrats. So Arizona is likely going to go red for the presidential election, but for the Senate election, we're going to have to fucking see. Yeah, several candidates are in the race. It's Ruben Gallego and Carrie Lake. Carrie Lake is fucking over the Republican Party in Arizona super fucking hard. Arizona loves Trump. It's kind of strange because all of the people that he endorsed in 2022 in Arizona lost, including Carrie Lake, who he, again, is endorsing for Senate. She got blown the fuck out by a woman who didn't even campaign against her, who refused to debate her, barely had any public events. And she lost to essentially someone who was just coasting through the entire election. Arizona loves Trump. They don't love who Trump loves. So it's likely going to be Ruben Gallego versus Carrie Lake in Arizona.
To run against Tammy Baldwin. The list was extensive. Representative after Senate majority leader, out of House majority leader, out of representative, out of, it's so on and so forth. Same thing in Pennsylvania. They couldn't get anyone besides Dave McCormick, right? They couldn't get anybody that was super strong. I do believe Tammy Baldwin and Bob Casey, based on the numbers that we see and based on their prior election performances, that they win both of these states by likely margins. That's where I'm at. Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, I'm moving Pennsylvania over from lean blue to likely blue. Bob Casey has been outperforming those polls tremendously, right? Doing significantly better amongst the same electorate group that wants Trump, that wants Bob Casey by 10, Bob Casey by 9. That's a good place to be as an incumbent Democrat and a very good place to be, especially in this election cycle. Same thing can be said for Tammy Baldwin. Now, Republicans, of course, have their own likely states. I actually think it is contained down to the state of Florida. I think Texas will be surprisingly closer than people expect. I think what we've seen with Florida is that it has moved so...
Oh, yeah. You know what? Tron just brought up an unbelievably important point. I didn't read the first thing quite yet, but I think something people are forgetting is abortion. In every state, there is a new wave of people voting who didn't vote in the past. That is true. And while it was 2 years ago that Roe v. Wade was overturned, or was it last year? While that is true, it has kind of moved a little bit away. No, it happened before 2022 midterms. So it happened the summer of 2022. So yeah, 2 years ago. While that's not fresh in everyone's mind, just leave it to fucking Alabama. Just leave it to fucking Alabama to bring it up once again by doing the stupid fucking retard move of saying that IVF, fucking implanting fucking embryos into your uterus to have a baby through cryogenic means, those are now babies. And everyone in Alabama shut the fuck down every IVF clinic because they're so scared they're going to be prosecuted criminally for murder. It is now super fucking fresh in everyone's goddamn mind. Oh yeah, the Republicans want to get rid of the right for women to have contraception. Because the Republicans in the House in DC have introduced anti-fucking contraception laws. People don't like the IDF. Well, you know what? There are a bunch of illiterate fucking Gen Alpha and fucking Zoomers out there who I agree with you would confuse IDF and IVF. I do agree. All right. You know what? Just a little side tangent here. Because I'm back in school and I actually care about school, I have to do all of these little what would we call them? Like basically like one post per day in the discussion section of the class, right? And I have to do that for 3 classes. And in every single one, now this is because I only recently actually have started going back to school and I changed my major, right? So there's going to be a lot of freshmen and sophomore students in these classes. So there's going to be, you know, people who are 18, 19, 20 years old in these classes. Bro, they write at a fucking 5th grade level. I remember we had the prompt of I can't remember the exact wording, but it was essentially political violence is a tactic that is used in extreme circumstances and by extreme groups. Is there ever a justification for using violence as a political tactic? Blah, 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 right? What are these people? I shit you fucking not. I shit you not. It was like, violence is bad. I do not like violence. And after every single one of these things is a hard stop, period. Violence is bad. I do not like violence. I do not like violence because it is not good when you hurt another person. We should strive to have peaceful means of affecting change because violence is bad. That was their entire fucking discussion post. And it's supposed to be like, you know, 350 words minimum. And half of the class is putting in shit like that every single fucking time. And then I look at the fucking, you know, student chat, because in the program that they use, it has a little thing where students can collaborate and ask questions to each other instead of having to go through talking to the teacher, because I take online courses. And these people are confused. These people are fucking confused why they're getting bad grades. Sounds like they don't know how to use ChatGPT. Bro, the amount of how strict they are getting on AI-assisted tools is actually slightly overboard. Like, I understand why they wouldn't want students to use ChatGPT to make their papers, right? I understand. But I can't even use, like, there is some program that a previous class had me downloaded to my computer because it helped with, like, syntax errors and spelling. It was like Grammarly or something like that, right? That is now too much AI assistance for these teachers. I had to go into my computer and actually uninstall a program that helps me with grammar, which I barely even used. And so I feel like, and I talked to fuck, I completely forgot. I completely lost my train of thought. Fuck my life. Anyway, we're going way off topic. We need to finish a video, and then we need to look at the
Democrats
polling.
might be able to chip at it, get it down below safe, but Rick Scott's going to win somewhere right around 10 points in that state, given his level of popularity and his electoral history, which might have been closer. But the same thing with Ron DeSantis, who won by 0.4 or 0.2 actually. No, 0.4. That was the governor's race. Ended up winning by over 20 points in the next cycle. I think Florida is a little bit too far gone for Democrats, at least for this cycle. And so that brings us 49 to 45. The remaining states, though, won't share a likely characterization with any of these other states.
I had a friend on a committee to detect the use of AI tools in colleges. Hey, can you talk to that motherfucker and, like, tell him that spell check and syntax checking is not, like, undue amounts of motherfucking is not undue amounts of fucking AI assistance. I think that having a little squiggle line underneath my fucking misspelled word is not helping me out that much. All right. Can you tell him to fix that for me? Thanks.
Remaining states are all going to be decided by lean or tilt margins, meaning they are going to be very, very close, and honestly could be swung either way between now and November. Now, the interesting thing too is that Democrats have incumbents in Montana, Nevada, Arizona, and Ohio running for re-election. They do not have one in the state.
Yeah, but I don't use Word and Google Docs for my assignments.
Of Michigan, which is largely the reason why it's not in the likely blue column.
And
At
I'm
least
not sure if I
is on track
can.
to be easily the Democratic nominee for Senate in the state of Michigan. She's going to be probably one of the stronger contenders that could have been nominated here, but I think all of them would do arguably well in the general election. I think Democrats do maintain their victory status in the state of Michigan. I don't think it's a fundamentally red state, and I think what we will find is that President Biden will likely be performing worse than some of these Senate candidates, and I think Michigan is one of those cases. Now, for Donald Trump, I think also we will find that he will do better than what we will see Ted Cruz do in the state of Texas. I think Texas is a state that just uniquely hates Ted Cruz so much, but can't give him up.
I just type it directly into the discussion post, buddy. Also, I'm routinely surprised that Ted Cruz, despite I'm actually super curious. Real Clear Politics, Ted Cruz. Let's see if we can find favorable, unfavorable. He every single election cycle that I've ever seen, he has an unfavorable. Oh my God, and look at the favorable, 29%. I don't think I've ever seen this motherfucker, since I've ever looked at polling, have a favorable job or favorable, unfavorable polling stat. I've never seen him out of the red. I've never seen it close. And yet he wins every time. Everybody hates this motherfucker. His offices are here in Houston. Even Republicans here in Houston who are hella huge giga Trump supporters, hella big, just institutional Republicans that I know, they fucking hate Ted Cruz. He is the least likable fucking person you've ever seen in your life. And yet, he wins. Polling only gets people who are willing to talk to people. Yeah, but the way that they do polling, they account for, error and shit like that. They account for that. And I'm learning more about that right now, actually, in my poli-sci course. But so they have ways of accounting for that. But the real reason is the only reason, to be honest, is because people are voting down ballot Republican. And then there are a couple, or I say a couple, and then there's a sizable minority of Republicans who will write someone in or vote the other way. That's why he's relatively close to losing every election cycle. And it's just one of those things that is broken about a two-party system, to be honest. How does he win his Republican primary? Because nobody primaries him. At least from what I understand, is Texas Super Tuesday Senate. Can we just get... Oh, do we not have the exit polls yet? Or we don't have any polls? When do they start coming in? Oh, 7 p.m. So in about 10, 12 minutes, we're going to see the initial. Okay, that's president. That's president. I cannot believe. Can I tell you guys? I cannot believe Cenk is on the ballot. Yeah, in a few minutes. Yeah. Senate. Okay. Someone is trying to primary him right now. I wonder. I haven't heard it because this is just something that nobody's talking about. Probably because Cruz's wait, this is 2016. Oh, okay. No, never mind. This is current. Okay. Texas Senate Democratic primary. Texas Senate Cruz versus Allred. Is that one of the people? No. Lopez and Gibson. Okay. 2024. Texas. Senate. Apply filter. Who is this Allred guy? What year was this? Oh, that's versus the Democrat. They're not even, are there like Republican Senate Texas polling? They're not even. Oh, there's Gibson. Gibson and Lopez. Yeah, I don't understand it because everybody fucking hates Cruz. Maybe I just don't understand. Because I always thought that they just didn't primary him because he was the person associated with Texas. I want to, you know what? I actually think, and someone should remind me to do this, we should do a deep dive sometime on why Cruz remains in office. Cenk Uygur should win. I don't know why he's on the ballot. I'm not going to fucking lie to you. Okay, we're going to finish this video, okay?
Because he is a Republican. I think it calls into question just this idea of polarization and this unwillingness to let anybody besides your own party end up winning an election, and Texas is a perfect example of exactly that. Texas is a state where Republicans have really tried to maintain this dominating presence and have done so, but have seen cracks in their ability to maintain this super, super strong, formidable, and impenetrable wall that eventually will absolutely be penetrated. But in that, ignore that. But on the state of Texas front, right, you're looking at it with Ted Cruz, who's a very, very unpopular senator. People really dislike him, almost lost in 2018. I think Colin Allred will give him a run for his money. I don't think it'll be, likely red, but I don't think it'll be tilt either. I think you're going to see him win by around 3 to 4 points, which is, again, good for Democrats. It's a moral victory, but it's not a substantive one. And what it does is put Republicans at 50 seats to the U.S. Senate, which means if they win the presidency, they win back the Senate majority. Taking a look, though, at Nevada and Arizona, Jackie Rosen, I think, is an underrated candidate, and we do know that Ruben Gallego probably would beat Carrie Lake just as she lost in 2022. I don't think voters are going to look at Carrie Lake any differently just because she's changed her tune on a few topics. I think what we risk falling in the trap of here is this idea that voters are astutely aware of what these candidates are saying and doing at every waking point. Carrie Lake has a reputation that is very, very hard to break, especially
just like Trump. Well, they can't stop Trump because he's a natural born citizen of the United States, born in the United States. Jake was born in when did Cenk Uygur move to? Oh my God. I'm so curious to look at his Wikipedia. When did he move? Early life. Moved to the United States when he was 8 years old. Like with Cruz, people had questions because he was technically born in Canada, right? To a Cuban father. And so people were like, wait, should he be able to run for president? But the obvious answer is yes. His parents were both U.S. citizens, and he was born, I believe, on a U.S. military base or some shit like that, right? But I'm not a billion% sure. it was a military base, but I believe it was, somewhere within U.S. jurisdiction at least, or some shit like that, right? So he has U.S. citizenry from like the second he popped out his mom's pussy. Has to be born on U.S. soil. I don't think it's that stringent, right? But the ruling from the Supreme Court is very broad. It says the states don't have the right to disqualify anyone. Obama could run and win. That's interesting.
Especially among suburban women.
Yeah, I haven't looked very deep into that. I haven't had time to look deep into the unanimous 14th Amendment case.
Who have turned very heavily against the GOP, especially in areas like Maricopa County. Areas of the state that were crucial in McCain victories and Romney victories, that the moment that the Trump, Lake, Masters type of candidate began bashing the McCain family against some of the proudest Republicans to ever come from the state of Arizona, you turn off a lot of people. And I think genuinely the Meghan McCain endorsement, the Cindy McCain endorsement made a difference in 2020. The lack of endorsement for the GOP in 22 also made a difference. And I think states like Arizona are not easily going to forget the way that Kari Lake treated the presidential election, treated the governor election, her alignment with Donald Trump. And I think Ruben Gallego relatively comes into this if Kirsten Sinema.
Yeah, the fact that Kari Lake is running in Arizona, unless something goes really good for her, like she was repudiated in 2022. She was repudiated because of how fucking crazy she was, right? She's still fucking crazy. She took the nomination, arguably, like depending on what the, oh, well, that's right. Arizona's not voting today. They're voting on March 19th. Like arguably this primary right here, because she's the likely winner, she's taking it away from someone that could turn the Arizona Senate red, or at least split. But because she had to be the one to run, even though she endorsed the guy that's running as her opponent right now in the primary, at first she endorsed him, but then she's like, actually, I'm going to go ahead and run this. I'm going to rescind my, my shit. I'm going to just win it myself. And I'm going to claim election fraud for every single fucking thing that I lose. All right. Like, oh shit, that's right. Like she probably fucked over the Republicans by running in Arizona, because Nevada is a like lean Democrat, right? But not likely Democrat and not solid Democrat, but it's, it leans Democrat for the Senate election here, right? So that's nice for us, right? Montana, I'm curious what he's going to say about that one, because I think that the Democrats have a good shot in Montana, because I think Montana has at least one Democratic senator.
Doesn't run, winning by a lean margin. In the state of Nevada, Jackie Rosen, again, I genuinely believe is underrated. I think she has come into this with a strong performance in 2018, defeating a Republican incumbent who had been perceived much more like a moderate, much more closer to the center, better for Republicans compared to what they're putting up now. And yet she did very, very well. Nevada, I think Jackie Rosen is on track for victory as well, and that brings Democrats up to 48. Now, in these final two states is where I have really seen the most internal struggle with, right? I think Bernie Moreno in the state of Ohio and Tim Sheehy in the state of Montana, Republicans could have had better candidates. I don't think Matt Rosendale would have been that in Montana, and I don't think Frank LaRose would have been that in the state of Ohio. But I do think Bernie Moreno just came into this with a lot more scandals and honestly a lot more radical ideological positions than Republicans would have liked in a state like Ohio. Donald Trump will probably win the state of Ohio, but I don't know about the Republican nominee for Senate. I think Sherrod Brown may withstand this final election and may be able to do much better in future congressional elections, just not on a statewide level. I doubt he'd ever want to willingly take a demotion from the United States Senate and run for Congress, but I do think his time here in Ohio may be coming to an end. I think he could do potentially well enough to maintain a presence in the state of Ohio enough to win by the narrowest of margins. But it's going to take a lot for Democrats. I think I think Sherrod Brown has been blessed with the one fact here that in almost every election in which we have seen Democrats really, really scrape by and do well is by running against lackluster candidates. And Bernie Moreno is exactly that. Now, this final state here that I think will put us into perspective what candidate quality actually does to a race is that I think Tim Sheehy, honestly, just was not the best fielded pick for the GOP. I do think the Republicans should have chosen somebody with a little bit more, knowledge of the state, somebody who was just more electable across the state, someone who had won elections, not Matt Rosendale, but not Tim Sheehy either. I don't think the Republicans had the most amazing bench in a state that is so solidly conservative, running against a pretty popular senator. I do believe Don Tester will come into the state of Montana and actually win in this coming November. I think what we've seen consistently, too, in opinion polling, very similarly to what we see in Ohio, to what we see in Pennsylvania, is that amongst the same group of people that want Donald Trump to be president, and very heavily so. In Montana, the same polls that show Donald Trump winning by 16 to 21 points, they have Jon Tester ahead by 7, 8, 9 points. I mean, you are talking about tremendous crossover support that I don't think will pan out to be a 9-point victory on election day. Just take a look at my characterization. But I think there very well could be a victory point, the same way that we saw Steve Bullock win re-election or re-election to the governorship.
It's probably more of a symbolic thing, little bits, rather than a literal, like, deeming a room U.S. soil, right? Like, hey, we recognize that this person is an American, they're giving birth, right? The citizenship stuff, right? I'm pretty sure, and I wouldn't be surprised if we did that here in the United States for other countries, like someone's here visiting and then they go into labor, right? Like, hey, okay, well, this room is, actually, I don't know, fucking Japanese for the duration of this delivery. And then, okay, cool, you have a Japanese baby, yay. And then, yeah. But I don't trust. Far be it for me to say anything with confidence on that subject. I have no fucking clue. Okay.
Trip in 2016 on the same ballot as Donald Trump. I could easily see here that you find Jon Tester winning re-election in the 2024 Senate race. It'll be very close. Except
this is the best case scenario for the Democrats. I think this is the best case scenario for the Democrat. But I also think that this guy, since I started watching him, okay. Japan doesn't give citizenship on birth. I picked the worst country for that, didn't I? Yeah, no, I think that this is not only the best case scenario for Democrats, I also think it is the most likely. Like Michigan and Wisconsin, they repudiated Donald Trump in the past. It's possible that they flip red for this election. I'm not sure. Right? I think that Wisconsin is looking pretty good for Biden. I'm pretty sure Michigan is looking okay for Biden, but there's a lot of oh man, the way I almost worded that was going to sound super bad. Michigan has a very big Arab population. A lot of people from Arab countries that have immigrated or become refugees and then came to the United States ended up in Michigan for some reason. I don't know why that reason is, but that's where they ended up. And so because of that, you see, I believe one of the members of the squad, I can see her face right now, but I can't remember her name. She was elected in Michigan as a result of that, right? So it is common for something like military bases not having the medical stuff for special births, so they have to take, it is common for something like military bases not having the medical staff for special births, so they have to take the mother to a German hospital to have the Germans give up the hospital room for like 5 days. Oh, yeah. Ilan Omar. Yes. Thank you. I could see her face. I just couldn't remember her name. Yeah, no, see, like what Sig is saying is something that I could totally see, especially with nations that are super friendly to us. So
exceptionally close. One of the most important Senate races. But what it brings us to is a tie, which means this all comes down to the presidential election and who's vice president come February 2025. Only time will tell, but I think this is probably the best point Senate Democrats have been given the map and the cards that they have been dealt with. But given how close a lot of these states are, it could flip away from Democrats and more towards Republicans very easily in a very short period of time. So thank you guys so much for watching this video. Make sure to comment down suggestions below.
I watched that earlier today. Let's look at some of the polling that's coming out here. Virginia, Trump wins. North Carolina, Trump wins. All right. Maine. Oh, no, nothing has come in there. Other key races. So these are all the presidential primary things here. Why is DeSantis still getting votes, bro? Because they just don't like Trump and they don't like Haley, so they're still throwing away their fucking vote. Vermont, damn, that's actually significantly closer than I would have thought right there, don't you think? Damn, DeSantis is getting almost 3.5K votes in Virginia. They do realize that he conceded, right? Uh-oh, we just got an update on North Carolina. Trump is going to win, though. Okay, 7:03. Do we have anything for Texas yet? No. 161 delegates. Holy fucking shit, dude. Other key races. North Carolina governor for Republicans, Robinson. Let's see here. This is North Carolina, California. Okay, we don't care about California in this house, okay? Let's see here. What states do we care about? Let's see if we can keep our eye on Texas, my home state. Damn, only like 5,000 votes have been counted. Oh, it's because we only have one county in. What is this, Victoria County? I don't even know what the fuck is in Victoria County, bro. Joe Biden's just fucking exterminating the rest of them. Just like, no, never mind. I shouldn't make negative jokes about fucking Biden on the one thing that people are like upset about him with. Uh-oh, Marianne Williamson. Oh, she's coming back, guys. She's coming back, guys. Fucking Fort Bend County coming out strong for President Biden. Victoria coming out strong for President Biden. We're going to be seeing where my vote came in. I did feel, hey, guys, you know what? It's going to sound soy. I felt proud to vote for Joe Biden for his second term in office. That motherfucker. Oh, sorry. I was doing video game controls. Let me see here. Oh, it's not going to show us like any more cities. Cool. I would just wonder what's in Victoria County over here. Oh, part of Dallas County, Rockwall, Texas. This is the Republicans' choice for Arizona.
I think people are going to rally around President Trump. We know that our elections are corrupt here. They've been corrupt for a long time, 2020. We saw what happened when we ignored a corrupt election and allowed someone like Joe Biden to get into the White House and lead our country into destruction. And I believe
you can look down the camera and say that, but you know that's not true. You know that the election was not stolen.
You know, I wouldn't expect you coming from Australia to know one damn
We're
thing
from the
about our
UK.
country.
Don't associate me with that prison fucking island trash. We're from the UK, you retarded bitch. You think the election's stolen and I'm Australian? You really are retarded. Fuck.
Oh, you're from the...
Also, yeah, he's obviously from the UK because he's interviewing her and he's immediately calling her out. I wish that our journalists did a little bit more of the antagonizing that UK interviewers do. You know, I think that journalists in the UK, now this is like an opinion based on very, very, very little. Okay, so I could have my opinion changed on it. But the way that British people interview politicians and other political people is just like, they're going to be hyper aggressive. They're going to say, you know that you're telling a lie right there. And here's the proof that you're telling a lie. So would you like to, try again? Maybe? Would you like to give an explanation for why you're lying to us right now? Bro, I fucking love that kind of fucking journalism. Okay. But one more time, I want to see her call him an Australian again.
lead our country into destruction. And I
Ms.
believe
Lake, you can look down the camera and say that, but you know that's not true. You know that the election was not stolen.
You know, I wouldn't expect you coming from Australia to know one damn
We're
thing
from the
about our
UK.
country. Oh, you're from the UK. I was told you were from Australia.
Okay, so you'd speak to someone who is on the right of politics, but not to an independent
I
journalist.
expect you to understand what's happening in our country, because I can see you've come at this from a left agenda, which is very...
Sky News. I'm pretty sure. No, I could be fucking wrong. Don't get me wrong. I'm wrong about a lot of things. Okay. Let's just look up the media bias fact check on Sky News. The one thing I know about Sky News is that they hired fucking Lauren Southern. Okay, so let's just look up Sky News. You gonna give us the option here? I'm not dropping frames, right? Okay. Let's just search Sky. Sky News UK, and then we'll look at Sky News Australia. Maybe they're significantly different. Okay, they're very unbiased in the UK. Okay, so maybe they are coming at this from a left-leaning thing. My only, the only thing I know about Sky News was Sky News Australia hired. Oh no, there it was. Was globally moderate? Yeah, no, it's very possible. I don't. They're not a very popular news place in my country, so elsewhere I don't fucking know. But in Australia, they're pretty right wing, mixed factual. Oh, they're literally Fox News for Australia. Okay, gotcha. That's why they hired Lauren Southern. Gotcha. But yeah, that actually surprises me that like Sky News in the UK can be so like relatively unbiased, all things considered, high factual reporting, and then their offices in fucking Australia are fucking crazy. Interesting. It just like for like frame of reference, we can look up Fox News. And I wonder if they still, okay, so they do the foxnews.com versus like Fox. Okay. Because the websites are often a lot less, never mind, a lot less biased. They are because they have to like write everything down. But Jesus Christ. Fox Business, are they any better? Right Center, they are better, mixed, but contrast that with CNN. Mostly factual, but pretty hard left bent. Now let's contrast that with MSNBC, which I believe has a extreme left bent and a mixed, yeah. So they're about the same as Fox News, but on the left. Although Fox News is slightly about like maybe like 5 to 10% further on the right side compared to the left side on this one. You know, some people would say the modern day right isn't sufficiently right in the sense of conservatism for not generally. Oh my God, let me. It could be me being able to read that. Some people would say the modern day right isn't sufficiently right in the sense of conservatism for not generally conserving European identitarianism. Yeah, but that's fucking retarded. Sky News UK is owned by Comcast. Why do we keep on talking about who it's owned by? Just look at their credibility and bias.
How long is she going to look good for, though? Because isn't Super Tuesday going to wipe her?
Man, you know, my girlfriend lived in Australia for several years of her childhood, right? She grew up there, basically. And so she really loves Australia. I cannot explain to you guys how much I fucking hate Australian accents. You know? There are some accents that people just associate with being dumb, like my mother tongue, right? Real deep southern Arkansas kind of accent that you kind of talk like this in. You know, it's not really it doesn't inspire confidence in your intellectual abilities. It's kind of seen as a kind of dumb kind of accent to have, especially if you get like really, really south with it, right? And especially since a lot of people down there talk real slow and they talk, like they really got to contemplate the meaning of their words before they say them. And so, I like in the same way a lot of people associate Southern accents, especially deep South accents, with unintelligence. I do the same thing with Australian accents. I cannot stand Australian accents. Like you're just like every time I hear a guy speaking with an Australian accent, I just think of like some guy in jeans that were ripped to make them into shorts, shirtless, with too deep of a tan, bleached hair, sunglasses, right? Handing you a fucking beer and like trying to get you to surf, with a huge knife and a crocodile hat. True.
How long is she going to look good for, though? Because isn't Super Tuesday...
Oh, wait, hold on. Let me respond to this. Is it not true conserving traditional values and heritage makes you further right? That is a complicated question, but in general, I would say yes, it is true. But I also don't think that identitarianism is the only way you can conserve traditional values and heritage. My family is incredibly liberal, and we conserve traditional values and heritage with my family that lives in Europe, right? My grandmother is from Belgium, right? My grandfather and my grandmother met shortly after D-Day in 1946, all right? My grandfather was a paratrooper in the U.S. military, dropped behind enemy lines, right? He was one of those crazy fucks that was a paratrooper because they were all crazy fucks if you were a paratrooper. He met my grandmother, right? And so much of my family's culture is tied in with a little bit of Southern culture, a little bit of, just American culture in general. And then there is just so much of our heritage that comes from Belgium that we preserve those traditions, right? The leg of lamb on Christmas, right? The songs that we sing and shit like that. You can conserve your culture and your traditions without being a identitarian, because if I'm honest, and this is not my intellectual point of view, because I recognize there can be some nuances and some dissimilarities, but bro, I'm sorry. The only people I've literally ever seen call themselves identitarians were people that were rocking odal runes and fucking swastikas, and then saying that they weren't Nazis, they were just preserving their culture. But it came out later that they were actually just Nazis, and identitarianism, as a political label, kind of died off after that because they just moved on to another name to change their public perception. Some people may claim there isn't sufficient identitarianism and in-group preference amongst people of European stock. Oh, man, we gotta... Never mind.
Tuesday going to wipe her out?
I'm going to chill out for a second.
Oh, Haley's gone now. I see this morning that she said she doesn't want to run for the no labels thing. If she thinks she's positioning herself for 2028 or 2032, she may have another thing coming, because the Republicans, like politicians in this country, they don't appreciate disloyalty. They see her as being very disloyal. But look, there is nothing that's going to stop Donald Trump from getting reelected or running over his opponents. And look, he could have all the trials in the world. All the cases against him are unraveling. People who have made charges against him or who are running the campaigns against him, they're going to go to jail for lying and fooling around and all the rest of it.
So do you think he's going to keep trying to settle scores once he's president when it comes to all of that, Joe?
Oh yeah, fuck. Sorry, I missed a good chunk of this. We'll watch it at 2 times speed, okay? I shot you a message on Discord, Gas.
How long is she going to look good for, though? Because isn't Super Tuesday going?
Do you think Nikki Haley will keep running after today? This is where I think, okay? This is where I think Nikki Haley is right now. I think Nikki Haley is staying in the race to show and contrast conservatism from and not insane place versus the Trump wing of things. And on top of that, I think that she is trying to force concessions out of the RNC to change, because it's the same reason why Bernie stayed in the race past Super Tuesday versus Biden, because you can force concessions from your opponent to do certain kind of policies, to do, that's what I think that she's doing. And I don't think this is a huge part of it. All right. Can you do that in picture mode? Yeah, I 100% can. I also think that there is like, I think that what I was saying a second ago is like 80% of why she's staying in the race, 90%, right? Whatever the remainder percent is, I think that there is, at least some unspoken acknowledgement that the RNC and Nikki Haley has, that like, if Donald Trump does get convicted of something, or, it goes really badly for him with every single one of these court cases, the way that the last one did, right? With him having to pay $500 million in damages. I think that they're going to want the ability to swippy swappy, right? He could violate his bail and end up in a brick jail cell. He's arguing with the judge in New York over the business deal case. He's arguing and trying to haggle what has already been decided in a court of law. He's saying, well, listen, I can't pay the full bond right now that you charged me, right? I could pay 25% of it. How is that? So he could, it is not inconceivable, I'm not going to lie, that he could violate his bail and bond because he's trying to haggle with a judge. You don't haggle with the judge. After the judge says something, it's it. You can appeal it, but you still got to pay that money. And if you pay it, like pay it to a bail bondsman or something, or some other like whatever equivalent there is for something of this, magnitude, right? In terms of money, you pay that and then you get it back after you win your appeal. It's not bail, it's bond. That's my understanding. When I was listening to a legal expert talk about it, it was him haggling over his bond or some shit like that. Maybe I'm mixing up two different cases. I don't know. But he was trying to haggle something that could land him in prison instead of just, getting the funds, paying it, and then appealing and getting it back. And the way that they were talking about it was using the word bond.
Going to wipe her out?
Oh, Haley's gone now. I see this morning that she said she doesn't want to run for the no labels thing. If she thinks she's positioning herself for 2028 or 2032, she may have another thing coming, because the Republicans, like politicians in this country, they don't appreciate disloyalty. They see her as being very disloyal. But look, there is nothing that's going to stop Donald.
Nobody haggles with a judge, little bits. I'm sorry. I have literally never heard of that in my entire life. I have heard of payment plans. I have heard of things like that. But I've never heard someone say, I'll pay 25% of it.
Trump from getting reelected and running over his opponents. And look, he can have all the trials in the world. All the cases against him are unraveling. People who have made charges against him or who are running the campaigns against him, they're going to go to jail for lying and fooling around and all the rest of it.
So do you think he's going to keep trying to settle scores once he's president, when it comes to all of that, Joe?
Pete, I would.
well, they've tried to settle a score with him, right? That's what we've been doing for the last 4 years.
Right. I mean, I grew up with Sicilians in my neighborhood. That's something to do with settle the score. I mean, yeah, he's going to settle the score. But in American politics, if you live long enough and you last long enough, you get even with everybody, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, sleeping with the fishes, as they say.
That's right. That's exactly right.
Yeah.
But
okay.
Trump will fix these guys good. And look, he could just ignore them. What I like about when Donald Trump becomes president, he doesn't care about Harvard or the Brookings Institution. He doesn't care about any of the think tanks. He just brings his buddies along with him and just runs roughshod over the economy. And you know what I like? The thing about Trump is what you see is what you get. There's no mystery about this guy. There's no secret Rosetta Stone to what he's thinking. What he says is pretty much on his mind. And the reason people like him so much is because he reminds us all of ourselves. He's sort of the unfiltered fellow that we'd like to send to Washington one day.
Yeah.
You know what? He made the trip.
The drunk uncle on Christmas Day, Joe.
That's right. That's right.
Except Trump doesn't drink.
Except Trump doesn't drink. Only Diet Coke for that man. Just read the title, don't watch. Exhibit B, lefties melt down after unanimous U.S. Supreme Court's ruling on Donald Trump. I'm sorry. I don't know if I've seen a meltdown over something that everyone expected the Supreme Court. Like, I haven't read any of the stuff, which I've been trying to get more into, reading Supreme Court opinions, like the majority and then the dissenting. I every time there's a big case, I try and read that. I haven't been able to yet, but bro, I don't know if anybody was expecting the Supreme Court to say, yeah, the states have the right and the ability to unilaterally take off a presidential candidate from the ballot. Yeah, only Congress can bar a candidate. Yeah. So I feel like I haven't seen that, but, God, why is Destiny still doing Palestinian memes? Is this Palestinian memes?
What is she saying?
We're not lying. We're not lying.
Oh, it is.
You haven't been calling it.
I saw this clip. Wait, hold on. Can someone find me the video of AOC being tracked down by lefties outside of the movie theater? Someone get me that clip. Because I saw it. Now, I didn't hear the audio of it, but just like, fuck, dude. It's so insane. Right? For the same reasons that I thought it was a little bit cringe that people were like harassing Supreme Court justices, harassing, members of Trump's cabinet on their, at their dinners. Is it this right here?
You refuse to call it a
Okay, one second. Let me turn it down slightly. Holy fuck, that's loud in my ears. What's my opinion on the Israeli-Palestinian war? Israel needs to find an exit strategy from from their current operation, whether that's speeding up the timeline and destroying Hamas, and then immediately after whatever their exit strategy is, they need to work for a permanent security solution. It's probably going to have to be a two-state solution. Yeah, I think that Israel had the right to go into Gaza and try and fuck up Hamas. I don't think there's a single other country or two groups of peoples who where one of them could terrorist attack on the level that Hamas attacked on October 7th. I don't think that there's any other group that, when retaliating, would get so much shit for the simple act of retaliating. It's so fucking retarded. Right? I understand. And fuck, you know what? I wish I wish I remembered which Destiny VOD or what video he talked about this in. But he talks about this constellation of ideas, right? Where, like, you'll be able to find individuals that have slight variations out of this, but in broad strokes, you'll have a bunch of stars, right? And when we look at them, we create a pattern out of it, right? And now imagine each of those stars as a belief, right? So one star will be like an opinion on vaccines from COVID and how horrible they are for people and how they give people myocarditis and shit, right? And then another star in that constellation would be like election denialism, and then another one would be support for Donald Trump. And you'll have like all these constellations of beliefs, right? Where different groups have these broad sets of beliefs where you're not really going to find many people who are anti-vax that also don't believe in the conspiracies around the vaccine, who also don't support Trump, right? You're not going to be able to find that. And then as a side theory, when someone says like there's a genocide happening in Gaza, they're not stating a fact. They're stating a value that they have. The value that they have is they don't like civilians to die. But what their words are saying are there's a genocide in Gaza, right? So even if you happen to be in the same constellation as this other person, right? Because you both hold the value statement of civilians dying is bad, right? But when they're saying to you there's a genocide in Gaza, if you disagree with that, to them you're disagreeing with the value statement of civilians dying is bad. It's the Noah Samson video reaction? Thank you. That gave me such an unbelievable fucking brain blast. That is so unbelievably true. When I compare, like, or when I look back at my conversations with my family, who are very, very much on the pro-Palestinian, they're very, very much not in favor of Hamas, right? And they're sympathetic to Israel to a degree, but they think what has happened to the people in Palestinian areas and what has happened to them since October 7th is just unbelievably horrid, right? But they still are very firm, and I believe them that they're not like supportive of Hamas or even sympathetic to Hamas, really, right? But when they talk to me about it, and now I can see this, them telling me how bad it is in Gaza and how fucked up what the IDF does is, they're not giving me statements of fact. They're giving me value statements. And when me, especially someone who is as close to them as I am, right, being their brother and their son, right, when I disagree with them on the value statement, it really fucks them up. Which is why I've stopped talking to them about this, because I try and give so many caveats. Like, now I'm going to say this, and it's going to sound bad at first. This is why I'm saying this, right? The IDF should be going into Gaza and killing all of Hamas, because fuck Hamas. Hamas is the biggest roadblock to peace in the region. Points A, B, C, and D. They agree with points A, B, C, and D, but they're not. But I'm not actually addressing, and I haven't been addressing the value statement in an adequate way. And I so unbelievably love that analysis or analogy that he's using, the theory of mind that he's using there, because I think it's so accurate, right? Like, I talk to my girlfriend about things. My girlfriend is further left than me, right? Very, very much significantly further left than me. She's not a communist, right? She's pretty reasonable on a lot of things, but there's some things that I don't talk about, or I just agree with her on, because I'm not going to get into that argument, right? And I realize now we were never having those arguments. We were having a miscommunication on value statements. And because we couldn't agree on the value statements, because we never talked about the value statement itself, the rest of that conversation is fucking useless. You can't go point by point when the underlying value has never been addressed, you know? So that's like a very long way of me saying I am about 60-40 on the Israel-Palestine issue, 60% in favor of Israel, 40%, not in, like, I say in favor, supportive of Israel, 60% supportive of Palestine or Palestinians, 40%, because I think that the people there deserve to have their own state. They deserve to have, a say in more of their lives than they do now. But at the same time, they do have a lot of terrorist groups. They've had terrorist groups since, Israel was founded and before. And they're probably planning on doing more terrorist shit in the future because they see it as their only way out of the current state of affairs. But they're wrong on that. That's why they get 40%. They are wrong. They were never going to militarily, get their way out of the status quo with Israel. Anyways, some people, European identitarians, may support Palestine despite being Arabic, while others may have sympathy for Israel as a Western nation state whose Jewish stock is more. You know what? I'm not going to show my hand yet. Let's watch this.
I need you to understand
it's not okay that there's
Okay, we're gonna watch this. I watched this video earlier today with the sound off, but I have a feeling I know what they're saying, and we're just gonna talk about it. AOC being accosted outside of the movies. Let's be honest. She was watching Dune 2. All right, she had the popcorn collector's edition, hairy pussy thing that you have to reach your hand in. You guys know what I'm talking about? I only learned about this last night. Dune popcorn bucket. You guys must know what I'm talking about, right? Open image and new tab. This thing. The weirdly, vagina, oriented, weird, stick your hand into the vagina popcorn, okay? I didn't know that this was a thing until last night when I told my girlfriend, hey, we should watch the first Dune movie and then go to the movies and watch Dune 2. Bro, this shit's fucking wild. And you fucking know. Every single one of you. AOC was reaching her hand into that, and she got refills, okay?
you refuse to call it a genocide in front of everybody.
I need you to understand
It's not okay that there's a genocide happening. You're not actively against it.
You're lying.
Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and her fiancé were confronted by pro-Palestinian protesters outside a New York movie theater. While the New York Democrat has been critical of Israel's defense plan, it simply wasn't enough for the group. They heckled her, saying she needed to call it a genocide. Once outside,
it is such an unbelievable... Like, I know I just went through the whole statement. I was agreeing with Destiny's take on the constellation of ideas where people are giving the value statement instead of the factual statement. When people say there's a genocide happening in Gaza, they're not saying factually that there is a genocide happening. They're giving a value statement. They're giving a value statement that civilians are dying and that's bad. And that's true. 100%. Civilians are dying and that's bad. Israel needs to wrap it up. Israel needs to find an exit strategy from this conflict and go to a permanent peace solution. However, saying it's a genocide or forcing a politician to call it a genocide doesn't do anything, actually, because the actions that you need to take for a genocide are so unbelievably different than for, mass civilian casualties, for war crimes, for any negative act a nation could do. There are tons of ways that we can try to impose our will or to change their policy. But if it's a genocide, all bets are off. If it is a genocide, the United States should go in there and start bombing Israel. If it is a genocide, every nation on earth should immediately cut ties with Israel economically, politically, etc., etc. And I know all of the soy fucking lefties are going to say, yes, good, that is what needs to happen. No, because that wouldn't help the Palestinians. If anything, anyone cutting ties with Israel and all of that shit is only going to cement them further into what they're doing now. They already look at the UN and the way that the UN very, very, very one-sidedly looks at everything happening in Israel, right? Look at the what was the name of the March of Return, or the whatever it was in 2018 or something like that, right? Where there was a bunch of people protesting on the outside of the wall, and people look at that and they say, look at this, so many people died as a result of was it 2020? Fuck, I thought it was 2018. So many people were shot by the IDF and they were peaceful protesters. And look at this UN assessment. Look at this UN assessment of what happened. They said that only 2 of the people killed by the IDF were justified killings. All of the rest of those people that died were unjustly killed for peacefully protesting. But then you look at that assessment and the methodology, instead of it being a military engagement, which it was, because it's the IDF, the military of Israel, also, first, they didn't rule it as a military action. They ruled it as a policing action. A policing action. And this police action led to the deaths of a bunch of people. Now, if you don't know, there are significantly different rules for police and militaries, right? The IDF are not the police of the West Bank. The IDF are not the police of Gaza. And when you have people, even if there were people who were, peacefully protesting, right? If some of those people who were peacefully protesting assist people who are doing bad things, like Hamas was during those protests, like making incendiary balloons, having firearms, throwing Molotov cocktails, attacking IDF forces, even if you are only assisting those terrorist groups, those anti-Israel groups, whatever, if you're a civilian and you assist them, you lose, under international law, your civilian protections, because you are aiding and abetting military action on your side. You lose your civilian protections. That's why so many people died, because they were helping Hamas make, produce, and send over the wall fucking incendiary devices to attack IDF and Israeli citizens.
Ocasio-Cortez's fiance told the protesters to stop. The congresswoman grew.
Say genocide. Hey guys, we were watching a movie. All right. What more can AOC do? She's part of the squad. But what, the only group in Congress that is demanding a ceasefire now for the horrible treatment of the Palestinians. Just reading from the transcript of the Destiny video, Is that from the same video? Is that where I got that information? Fuck, I can't even remember, dude. Jesus fuck. This is why I try as much as possible to not watch other people's videos. What you just saw in real time. If that was from the same Destiny video, or from Destiny, right? This is why I don't watch Destiny. This is why I don't watch Vosh. Did I repeat him verbatim? Fuck me, dude. Well, there goes this segment. This is literally why. And I said this like last week. I don't watch other political streamers because there's always going to be the information that they give, right? If you agree with it, it's going to seep into your fucking language. God damn, I fucking hate that shit so fucking much. Ruined segment. We'll just watch the rest of this.
More
Fuck
agitated
it.
and upset as one of the protesters got in front of her and continued to film.
You really saw that if you watch my old ass fucking videos from when I was a Vosh viewer before all of that shit happened. Or I say all that shit, like basically Vosh's career, right? Before I stopped being a socialist. If you watch those videos, I guarantee you, you're going to see verbatim takes from Vosh, right? I can't personally watch my old videos. It makes me want to fucking die inside. But like, I guarantee you, the horse file's true. Does that make sense? What did you say? I find it funny how at the major transsexual and homosexual activist organizations, they near universally wave Palestinian flags proudly, despite you know what. How many white feminist cunts in America who say two drunk college students? Wait. How many white feminist cunts in America who say two drunk college students is misogyny and rape will run cover for Hamas raping Jewish women in Israel? I'm not 1,000,000% sure what you're saying with that second one. Does it make sense? Yes. Yes, I've said something similar, but probably in a more nuanced way.
She even used explicit language.
You're going to cut this and you're going to clip this so that it's completely out of context. I already said that it was, and y'all are just going to pretend that it wasn't over and over again. It's up, man. You're not helping these people, and you're not helping them.
The Congresswoman has been one of the most vocal critics in Congress of the war in Gaza. Pro-Palestinian protesters have confronted politicians at a string of events in different cities since Hamas attacked Israel on October 7th. In the past, Ocasio-Cortez has said the whole point of
it is so fucking crazy to me how the day after, before Israel even had a chance to fucking retaliate, people were already at that time saying that there was a genocide going on in Gaza. People were already going out and protesting in support of the Palestinians, even though it was Hamas, the government of Gaza, who went over and started killing indiscriminate fucking Israelis. It's still crazy to me. The day after was disgusting. The week after was disgusting. It is actually fucking insane, the world that we're living in right now. I really think, and I really hope, and I think what it's going to take is Donald Trump is going to have to peacefully, in a bed, in his home, surrounded by his loved ones, die. All right? He is old, and when he passes away, I hope that the fervor around him dies down and we return to most Americans just being retarded and uninformed and not caring about politics. That's all we can fucking hope for. Because the right-wingers are insane. They're fucking crazy. Because they're following Trump. And then on the other side, you have the massive fucking retaliation to that kind of insanity, which in and of itself is also insane. You know, that's all we can fucking hope and pray for.
Protesting is to make people uncomfortable.
Okay. Let's get rid of that and that and that. And let's take another peek at Super Tuesday. Last update was right now. Let's see where we're at. Nikki Haley won in DC, bro. Got twice as many votes as Trump did, bro. Oh, man. But she has not won a single state. New Hampshire, she had the closest, but 99% is in. And Nikki Haley came in with only 43% of the vote. That was probably her best shot. Because when you look at Maine, 23%. Let's look at Virginia, 32%. North Carolina, 23%. South Carolina, 39%, getting a little higher. What did she get over here? 43? Okay. Arkansas, 19%. 16%. DeSantis still on every single one of these in third place for some reason. Ramaswamy coming in right behind whoever the fuck Binkley is. Let's see. Oklahoma, she got 15. Missouri, 99% in with only 924 votes? What the fuck is happening in Missouri? They probably just had their first thing and they just know that he's going to win. And so they're calling it for him. Got it. So Missouri, Donald Trump's going to win. We'll see how well she does. 21%, 14%, bro. It's brutal. It's brutal out there. Damn, Nevada. What the fuck is happening in Nevada? Oh, that's right. In Nevada, she wasn't even on the ballot because she ran in the caucus, or she ran in the primary, not the caucus. And the caucus is what the RNC is recognizing. That's right. I think Trump, Trump is obviously going to win the primary. I don't know if he's going to win the primary or the general, but we'll see. We'll see.
Donald Trump was on the campaign trail this week in North Carolina and Virginia, and the guy just kept getting confused. Look at this series of clips.
In Venezuela, did you just see Maduro? Venezuela, it's unbelievable. We're getting rid of the Romneys of the world. We want to get Romneys and those out. But they know that we are the only ones who can stop them. We're the only ones. This is the greatest movement in the history of our country, maybe in the history of any country. Even Argentina, they went MAGA. You know Argentina, great guy. He's a big Trump guy. He loves Trump. I love him because he loves Trump. When he called, I took his call. Anybody that loves me, I like them. I said, Abdul, he's still there. He's the head of the Taliban. He said, you're killing our soldiers. Don't do it anymore because terror will rain down on you. And he called you, yes, Your Highness. He called me Your Highness, which is interesting. We are a nation that just recently heard that Saudi Arabia and Russia will repeat your...
I saw that. I saw that clip. What was he trying to say? Can someone please explain to me what he was trying to say right there? I saw that clip, and I don't know what he was trying to get across.
Yes, Your Highness. He called me Your Highness, which is interesting. We are a nation that just recently heard that Saudi Arabia and Russia will repeat your...
Well, I don't even... What happened? What happened there? Charlie Sykes, we see it more and more. He gets in the middle of sentences. He's reading teleprompters, and his mind still blanks out. Nikki Haley for Nancy Pelosi, Barack Obama for Joe Biden, and it's just so pathetic.
What it is we have two candidates right now. And to my conservative friends in chat, this is something I really want to point out to you. We have two candidates who are like one step away from end of care life. Okay. Their mental faculties are declining, both of them. And I'll admit that about Biden. What's cringe is that Republicans will not accept that about Trump, even though we have whatever the fuck this is.
We are a nation that just recently heard that Saudi Arabia and Russia will repeat your. Oh.
Well, I don't even.
It's happening on both sides. All right, we're gonna go enlightened centrist right here, and we're gonna say it's happening on both sides. The question that you have to answer is who is going to surround themselves with better people, and who is going to set up the United States for success in the event that they die in office, because both of these guys at risk. Okay, Donald Trump eats McDonald's or Taco Bell or KFC every single day. He thinks it's less germ contaminated than fucking home cooked food. So it ain't looking good for him. All right. It also ain't looking good for Biden. He's old as fuck. Everybody knows that. Everybody sees that. Who is going to surround themselves with better people? When Trump was president, half of his cabinet wasn't even confirmed by Congress. They were acting attorney generals or acting, secretary of states or acting this person, because it was easier to do that than, fire your secretary of state for the 14th or 15th time and go through another Senate confirmation hearing and have it, stopped up and, actually have questions being answered or asked by Democrats that they have to answer under oath. It's way, way easier just to have people that you can hire and fire at will, like Trump did. Because if someone either didn't do something that he wanted or was not sure of the legality of something, so he would fire them and put someone in that had less scruples. Like that's just the world that we lived in under Trump from 2016 to 2020. Contrast that with Biden, who I'm not even sure if there has been any change except for the only one I know off the top of my head. Now, if you guys have an example, please tell me. But the only person I can think of off the top of my head that has been has either stepped down, been replaced, or been fired was Jen Psaki, who ended up going to MSNBC to be a host, right? The press secretary, which, while a prestigious position and an important position, not really a decision maker, right? Not really a decision maker. Everybody else has been in their position as far as I'm aware. And what has that accomplished? Literally, some of the most expansive and needed legislation, the most consequential, giant pieces of legislation of my lifetime, outside of like going to war with Iraq. It's crazy. An infrastructure bill that every single president in my lifetime, I'm almost 30 years old. I am 28 years old, turning 29 this year. Every single president has said that we have crumbling infrastructure and we need to fix it. But nobody has been able to pass anything but tiny little, patchwork bills to fix this or that, while the overall infrastructure of the United States crumbles. The Inflation Reduction Act, which did reduce inflation. We are not seeing record inflation anymore. We reduced our inflation faster than any other nation of comparable size or, well, there's not many that have a comparable size, but, comparable economies to ours. We were the fastest to reduce the inflation that came out of COVID, that came out of all the spending that COVID necessitated, that came from all of the supply chain issues that came out of COVID. There's just so much of consequence that Biden has been able to get through and historically divided Congress and historically divided Senate through bipartisan means, through negotiation with the other side, listening to them, taking what they want into consideration, and then implementing it into law and getting it passed by both sides of the aisle. No other president in my lifetime has been able to do that. Even Obama, who I really respect and really like, despite there being a lot of criticisms of him, Obama wasn't able to negotiate with the Republicans. But Joe Biden was. He had more connections with the Senate and in the House, with his 40 or 50 years of public service, where he was able to go to them individually and say, hey, this is what needs to get done. What can we do to get it done? And then it got done. Even on the border, they did that. Ironically, the only reason that failed is because of this.
We're a nation that just recently heard that Saudi Arabia and Russia will repeat your...
The only reason that bill failed was because Trump wanted the border as a campaign issue. It had the most concessions the Democrats will ever give to the Republicans. A once in a generation deal for the Republicans. And they are letting it just whiz by because Trump wants to win the presidential election on the issue of immigration. He doesn't want to win the election and then do more good for America. He wants America to stay bad. He wants there to be more fucked up shit happening until the election so that he can point at Biden and say it was his fault. That's the fucking choice we have. We have two people with mental degeneration, but one is able to get shit done and work with the other side and make massive concessions to the other side. And then we have this pink blob sipping Diet Coke and giving himself dementia, telling people to kick the can down the road so that he can get elected. There is a choice, but there really is only one choice to be made. It's voting for Biden. I mean, the Republicans have a fucking chance with Nikki Haley. If Trump gets, thrown in jail with the Georgia case, right? They have a chance with Nikki Haley, right? Which is one, small reason, granted, that she's staying in the race to show that she has the gumption, to show, that she has issues that she wants, all that stuff. But with Trump, it is about Trump. It is not about America. It is not about our place in the world. It is not about our economy. It is about him. I don't generally think federal infrastructure spending matters. since the money that gets allocated goes to state governments and doesn't necessarily have any effect. I don't know what world you're living in. Federal infrastructure spending is insanely important to the states. That is why we have a 21-year-old drinking age, because the federal government said if you don't change what your state law is, right? If you have it at 18, you can do that. There's nothing constitutionally wrong with that. But if you do that, we're not going to give you federal infrastructure money. Same thing with smoking. Same thing with seatbelt laws, I think. It goes towards building up all of the state highways and towards the interstate highways that the states help maintain. Which are, hey, I don't know if this is news to you or not, but newsflash, the interstate system that the federal government did back in the fucking 50s is one of the most consequential things to ever happen to the United States in terms of our economy. Now, then you said, how about funding Border Patrol? That was one major part of the bill, giving them millions and millions of dollars to both increase the pay for Border Patrol agents and to hire a ton of new ones. Reinstating Remain in Mexico, which I do think was part of the bill, and deporting most illegal arrivals, which is in effect what the bill does, because it reduces the amount of time for an asylum seeker to have their case run through the courts, reduced from average of 8 to 10 years to a maximum set time limit of 6 months. So yes, in effect, what you're saying, all three of those things would be part of that bill. Yes, you know how to have a federal state magically engineer the best society ever, and anyone who disagrees with you can fuck off. I don't understand what that one's about. But at the end of the day, there is no choice. Really. There's only one person that is actually capable of doing the job, and we've seen him doing the job for the past 4 years. That's Joe Biden. I actually think I just did a segment off the cuff there by accident because Trump said something funny. Hey, Tron, that was a good segment right there. Post that on YouTube. Cut that up and put it into shorts. Okay, let's finish this, I guess. But no, hold on. Hold on. Let's see. Do I have one of these things that's like a live video of...
Long said, my focus is Super Tuesday, and even
let's see what they're saying on the live
can
news.
Can you define what competitive means to you? Throughout the past couple of days, what I was able to note from Haley is a bit more of a combative response. She would spin the question back.
Oh yeah, Tron, by the way, message me so it will remind me to respond to you. Yes, and I'll explain why. But also, if you guys are watching right now, we don't have super high viewership, all right? But if you guys are watching right now, you're watching on YouTube, please like the stream. It really does help more than you would think. All right. There's a discrepancy between the amount of viewers and the amount of likes. All right. 3 viewers, 2 likes. Let's see if we can get to 3 likes. Okay. Also, if you enjoy my content, please consider donating. That is very helpful to me. All right. Uh-oh. One second. Alrighty. Yeah, there we go. We got the 3rd fucking like on the video. That's what I'm fucking talking about, guys. All right, let's see what they're talking about on the live news.
Population here in Minneapolis, and turnout has still been a bit low. About 200 people came to this polling site that I'm at. I was on the University of Minnesota campus where I was told it's spring break. And
okay, hold on. Anybody, is that what you're trying to say? What? Anybody with more conservative views than you against federal spending, or or for this or that too, you shouldn't have the choice. Hold on. Please, for the love of God, someone. Am I having a stroke? Anybody with more conservative views than you against federal spending or for this or that to you shouldn't have the choice to vote or advocate for their views? Fuck off. When I think I understand what you're trying to ask me. What you're trying to ask me is, why do I think that people who disagree with me on the federal spending or for any specific topic, you think that I don't think they should have the choice to vote for who they want to or advocate for their views? Did anybody else hear me say anything even approaching that? Listen, hey, buddy, I was considering opening up the stream to call-ins to talk about, Trump versus Haley or whether Trump is going to beat Biden or anything like that. If you want to call in, feel free. There's a Discord link on both Kick and on YouTube. You can call me directly. You're saying if you have a disagreement with Biden's federal decision-making, doesn't have a choice, there's only one choice. When people say that there is a choice, but there really isn't a choice, what do you think that means? They're saying, you're right, I should have just said yes and moved on. This is, when someone says there is no choice, in a choice between two evils, there is no choice, right? You literally have the choice. I'm saying that one choice is so much better than the other choice that you would be insane to choose not that one, for lack of a better way to phrase that. Like, I'm saying that Trump is such a bad choice, in my opinion, that literally any other candidate that the Republicans fielded, that any other candidate that the Democrats fielded would be better than Trump. There is no choice because Trump is one of the choices. Anyways.
How Trump has gotten from there to where he finds himself tonight.
As I look at these exit polls tonight and these early returns, it's evident to me, Major, that the suburban vote is going to be so crucial across the country in 2024. And that while Trump is winning big tonight, will he win big in the suburbs come November as the nominee, the likely nominee? Will those Haley voters stay home?
Oh, man, that's so brutal.
Will they come over to Trump eventually and join his coalition?
That's so
will they
brutal.
Perhaps vote for President Joe Biden? And how could they be courted? You think about not only the suburbs of Boston tonight or the suburbs in Northern Virginia, but I always think about my hometown in Bucks County, Pennsylvania, those collar counties around Philadelphia, such a swing area, Pennsylvania, along with Michigan, Wisconsin. Will those suburban voters listen to Biden's overtures on issues like January 6th and democracy and say, we just can't go?
In 2020, they did.
Or will Trump be able to say, you might not like what I did on January 6th, but I'm offering you an alternative on the border, on the economy? That's the tension right now in this campaign.
Robert Costa, as always, thank you very much. Abortion rights ended up taking center stage.
Fuck, I was going to respond to you, Joseph,
but
I want to hear what you say about the abortion thing, and then we'll mute
in the
it.
wake of the Roe versus Wade being overturned by the Supreme Court. Reproductive rights have been in the spotlight again with a controversial ruling about IVF access in Alabama. CBS News Chief White House Correspondent Nancy Cordes joins me now here in Studio 57 in New York.
The Alabama thing really fucked the Republicans super fucking hard this election cycle, I think.
Campaign about this. We're even going to see it play out symbolically on Thursday night at the State of the Union.
We will. Not only the president and the first lady, but also congressional Democrats inviting fertility doctors, inviting IVF patients to the State of the Union to make the point that what we saw in Alabama is a natural consequence of reproductive rights being rolled back at the national level, that you can't predict what
True,
will
axolotl.
happen when you peel back the federal right to an abortion, as we saw in the
Okay, 1 second. Mostly bad for the country. Overall, Jesus Christ. Hold on. I'm going to pause this. I actually want to hear this, but I need to pee really bad. But I will respond to Joseph really quick. Here's, do you not understand why someone, for example, somebody might want less federal spending and more state or private sector control over the economy, or think Biden should have had stronger border enforcement early on? Yes. But on every single one of those issues, Biden is better even than Trump. Trump pretends to care about the deficit. He ran up the deficit worse than Obama. Private sector control over the economy. I don't know what Biden has done to say that the government now has control over the economy 100%, or taking away control from them. Like Trump is literally did protectionist economic policy throughout his entire presidency. He started a trade war with China and with Canada. So yes, you're right, and I understand, and I can empathize with Republicans who do want those things. Trump is not going to get them that. Trump, on the border, literally axed the most conservative bill of my generation. They literally said the Republicans who passed it in the Senate and then threw it to the House to confirm, said it was the strongest and most conservative immigration bill for this generation. And Donald Trump called up his buddies in Congress and said, don't let that pass. We need the border to run on. And if he gets into the presidency, the Democrats are not going to pass that same bill with all of those concessions. They're not going to do it. Trump is a disaster for everything that the average conservative wants. But I really need to pee. So I'm going to run downstairs. I'm going to pee. I'm going to grab myself some water. Maybe grab myself a nice little vodka drink. Maybe if I'm feeling crazy, we'll make a whiskey drink. Tub thumping style. He makes a vodka drink, he makes a whiskey drink. And then I'll be right back. All right? In the meantime, what should I force you guys? Here, you guys, I'm going to pull a Hassan for a second, all right? I'll be right back.
And the guy just kept getting confused. Look at this series of clips.
In Venezuela, did you just see Maduro? Venezuela, it's unbelievable. We're getting rid of the Romneys of the world. We want to get Romneys and those out. But they know that we are the only ones who can stop them. We're the only ones. This is the greatest movement in the history of our country, maybe in the history of any country. Even Argentina, they went MAGA. You know Argentina, great guy. He's a big Trump guy. He loves Trump. I love him because he loves Trump. When he called, I took his call. Anybody that loves me, I like them. I said, Abdul, he's still there. He's the head of the Taliban. He said, you're killing our soldiers. Don't do it anymore because terror will rain down on you. And he called you, yes, Your Highness. He called me Your Highness, which is interesting. We are a nation that just recently heard that Saudi Arabia and Russia will repeat your... Oh.
Well, I don't even... What happened? What happened there? Charlie Sykes, we see it more and more. He gets in the middle of sentences. He's reading teleprompters and his mind still blanks out. Nikki Haley for Nancy Pelosi, Barack Obama for Joe Biden. And it's just so pathetic and sad. They're going, no, he's doing it on purpose. No, he's not doing it on purpose. He's not doing any of this stuff on purpose. And so you take the fact that his mind blanks out and he looks lost. It looks like a sad scene to me to see somebody up on stage and blanking out and getting lost. But then you have a guy, first of all, he thinks the person who runs the South American country's name is Argentina. Argentina, great guy. And thank you for saying get rid of the Romneys in the Republican Party. That is torn out of Carrie Lake's book of loserdom. That's where it'll lead you. But also, again, against all this madness and unfortunately an old man who is losing his ability to communicate, he's praising the Taliban leader for calling him Your Highness. I mean, tell us, wrap up that speech for us, if you would, Charlie Sykes. How do you?
Well, what fresh hell. Unfortunately, I'm not a psychiatrist here. What's on display is that, okay, Joe Biden is old, but the other guy is deranged, demented, and pathetic, as you point out, not to mention dangerous. And this is on display. And, as we're sitting here talking about this, we're less than 48 hours away from that guy clinching the Republican presidential nomination. The Republicans have one last off-ramp, and they're not going to take it. They look at this guy, and this is the extraordinary thing, is that Republicans look at him, and I don't have to repeat all the things, I mean, he's been found liable for rape. He's facing 91 felony charges. You have these kinds of, this gaseous malice that you get from these gaffe-filled speeches, and they're looking at him thinking, yeah, we'd like 4 more years of that. So, if there's any upside here, is that Joe Biden will be able to say, yeah, I'm old. I'm very stiff when I walk, but this guy is also old, and he's crazy, and he's dangerous, and he is incoherent. He needs to make that point. The other maybe upside is that, now that there's no way of denying the fact that it's going to be Donald Trump again, it'll focus the mind. And I agree with you, Joe, that I think Democrats need to stop the bedwetting, but they need to get out of the bed and they need to freak out a little bit, because the reality is maybe this is what it will take for them to realize this guy could become president of the United States. This could actually happen, and maybe we ought to treat that threat, the way it ought to be treated. If it's an existential threat, let's start acting like it's an existential threat. So stop the bedwetting, but maybe a little bit of freak out wouldn't be the worst thing in the world.
Well, maybe it'll wake a lot of Democrats up. I will say, though, all this idea, you brought up the things that a judge determines that Donald Trump raped a woman.
It's amazing.
Evangelicals are cool with that. It used to be like Bill Clinton.
No problem.
Wait, did he do something with his intern or not? Character matters in the White House. He must be driven to the sea. I mean, these same evangelicals, I was there. I was hearing it every day as a congressman, every day. Republicans every day. Man, he doesn't have the morals. Bill Clinton doesn't have the morals to be president. How dare us?
Like Mr. Bible in the House. What does he think about President Trump grabbing women by their genitals or having sex with a porn star while he was married to his wife who was about to have a baby and then paying her off? And apparently there are more that Michael Cohen took care of. But, okay, go on. I'm sorry. I digress.
But
those things just should be looked over.
They ignore those things. Because let's just face it, they're raging hypocrites when it comes to this. Bill Clinton bad. Donald Trump raped a woman, says a judge. A jury of his peers said he sexually assaulted and defamed a woman. A grand jury after grand jury after grand jury, again, of his peers, not the deep state, a grand jury of voters,
citizens,
have found him, found enough evidence to indict him on 91 counts. I mean, all over the country, 91 counts, and yet, Mika, everybody's fine with it. I mean, in the extreme MAGA world, and again, I think most pathetically, and Pete Wayner's been writing about this, evangelicals that were just so aghast, just shocked by Bill Clinton's behavior.
Yeah.
Now,
End of the world.
Now,
I hope you guys really enjoyed my my Hassan cosplay on stream just now. It was really hard to really get that impression down, but I think I really nailed it. What do you guys think? Tron, say my name.
But
1 second. Wrong side.
But you give illegal taxpayer-funded lawyers, so they have millions of dollars in this agreement, in this deal, which we, by the way, killed. I think we killed it. I think it's dead, but you can never say it because...
Oh, man, he admitted to it? When was this posted, dude?
But you give illegal taxpayer-funded lawyers, so they have millions of dollars in this agreement, in this deal, which we, by the way, killed. I think we killed it. I think it's dead, but you can never say it because bad bills always come back to life because these guys make a lot of money with bad bills. But they give millions, tens of millions of dollars, it's down there, to lawyers to represent the illegal immigrants that come into our country. It's not even believable. During my 4 years, nothing happened, and there was great pressure on me having to do with guns. We did nothing. We didn't yield. And once you yield a little bit, that's just the beginning. That's the avalanche begins. But you give illegal tax...
Jesus, I'm going to save this video. I'm going to like that video so I can save it. So that anytime someone wants to fight me on whether or not Trump killed the bill, we could just point to this, all right? He never saw the bill and had no idea what's in it. He doesn't, because he doesn't need to know what's in the bill. He doesn't need to know. He doesn't care. For some reason, when I posted some video links, it won't go through. Kick is just weird. ProPublica article, National Debt and Trump. Built a national debt so big, even before the pandemic, that it'll weigh down the economy for years. The king of debt promised to reduce the national debt. Then his tax cuts made it surge. And in the pandemic, he did historic tax cuts, which barely helped the middle class for like 2.5, maybe 3 years or some shit like that. And then after that part of it ran out, it just made it worse for them again. But all of the big companies and all of the rich people continue to have tax cuts, had tax cuts, but didn't reduce national spending to go along with it, leading to a deficit. Too bad the productive in society keep what they earn. That is so unbelievably based that you called me out on that. You know what? I'm turning into a conservative right now. Yeah, you know what? Fuck it. No one should have to pay for any of the services that the government provides. And, the poors who rely on those services, like roads that everyone relies on, but, like roads and police and, fuck all of that. Right? Fuck a progressive tax system that is able to, and when I say progressive, I don't mean like Democrat progressives. I mean like, it only takes a certain percentage of whatever tax bracket you're in. Fuck it. We should just abolish taxation. Then America will really stay on top of the world. I want to listen to this really quick because this is very important for this election cycle. I think the most consequential thing to happen for this election cycle, maybe thus far, was Alabama doing that really fucking stupid IVF ruling where they decided to classify an embryo for the purposes of IFV as a child, and that damaging them could lead to prosecution. Every single time, and the Republicans make this, the Republicans are their own worst enemy on abortion, because most people in America, believe it or not, still believe abortion should be available, just not like, up to 9 months. And when, all the soys were crying like, oh, well, first they're going to come for Roe v. Wade, they're going to come for contraceptives, and then they're going to come for the women's right to vote, right? Like, all the Republicans had to do was not do that. They could have just gotten their way, gotten rid of Roe v. Wade, thrown it back to the states, like they said that's all they cared about. But then they played into every single anti-conservative meme. Oh, they're going to get rid of contraception. The House Republicans introduced a bill to get rid of contraceptions, to illegalize the pill. Oh, they're going to say that, if you're trying to get, artificially pregnant, like artificial insemination, right? If you're trying to do that, they're going to call you a murderer because of how many embryos get tossed out with that. Republicans say, no, that's obviously fucking crazy. That's obviously fucking crazy. No way they're going to do that. You guys are being just, insane liberals who are catastrophizing. All we want is for the states to make their own decisions on what is acceptable when it comes to, reproductive health. And then Alabama goes and essentially, for all intents and purposes, bans IVF, something that helps people get pregnant on an election year. And in the opinion, they're citing Bible verses. They're citing Bible verses about the wrath of an angry God, literally playing into every catastrophizing meme fucking thing that the Democrats said that they would do. The conservative Supreme Court overturning Roe v. Wade, and in the majority opinion, saying we might also need to look at blasphemy laws. We might also need to look at, decency laws, sodomy laws, and the right for gay people to get married. Meaning, making it illegal for gay people to get married, and meaning illegalizing sodomy, which means anything but PIV sex. No more blowy joeys for you guys out there, all right? No more anal. It would be illegal. Shit that was like, the kind of laws that you would see in the 1800s and say, that was really fucking crazy that they thought that they could legislate people's bedrooms like that. That's pretty crazy. They're literally talking about it in the Supreme Court of the United States of America, overturning, making those kinds of laws unconstitutional. I don't agree with illegalizing sodomy, but I think most people mean that by same-sex intercourse. The sodomy laws were to illegalize being gay, my guy. That's why there were sodomy laws. How about bestiality? Is that considered sodomy? I have no idea. I don't know how far sodomy goes. I just know that sodomy means something that's not PIV sex. Well, I guess bestiality falls into that. Obviously, bestiality is fucking gross. Not straight anal or blowjobs. Oh, okay. So then it means that they're willing to overturn the civil rights and privacy of gay people, which is what the conservative memes were, where all the Democrats were saying that, well, the Republicans, they're trying to illegalize being gay. They're trying to illegalize people getting contraceptives. They're trying to turn women into brood mares, blah, 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 blah. But all the Republicans had to do was take a step back after Roe v. Wade was passed or was overturned, right? All they had to do was take a step back and let the states do what they wanted to do with it and not try and go after a national abortion ban like they tried to do, and not try to make a national ban on contraceptives like they tried to do and are still, I believe, trying to do. And now they've effectively made a process, a medical procedure, which helps people get pregnant to have children that they don't want to get aborted. In effect, de facto illegal, because the doctors don't want to get prosecuted for murder of a minor. Because they got rid of some of the extra embryos after someone got pregnant. Most Republicans are Christians, Catholics, or Orthodox Jews, and same-sex intercourse is pretty clearly forbidden by those faith doctrines. Sucks to suck. We live in a secular fucking society. We live in a government where the founding fathers said that we shall make no law respecting any religion nor founding any religion. Our founding fathers were children of the Enlightenment era. Enlightenment values like questioning authority, where authority comes from, up to and including the church. One of our founding fathers cut out every mention of God or miracles in the Bible. We are not a Christian nation. We are not an Orthodox Jew nation. We are not a Catholic nation. We are a nation that is beholden to one thing and one thing only, the Constitution. Is this IVF law not a state law? The issue with the IVF law or the IVF ruling, right? The problem with that is that, yes, it is a state ruling, meaning it affects only Alabama right now. But immediately afterwards, I believe it was Missouri that began looking into the idea of doing the exact same thing. And if it is confirmed to be constitutional by the Supreme Court, then we could see every red state literally become what the liberals have been soying out and pretending that they were going to become for this entire time. Did you imagine these libertarian light Republicans opposing a bill that says government shall impede on your privacy inside your own home? Yes, I did, because most people that are libertarian are not actually libertarians with any conviction. They're just Republicans that don't want to say that they're Republicans. Then you say, no, the states cannot make laws. I do not think that the government has a role in deciding or defining when life begins. And I don't think that they have a right to legislate the process, the practice of IVF out of existence by defining life so strictly that an embryo that wouldn't last inside of the womb being discarded would be counted as murder. Remember, Trump would never do it. Hillary is worse.
There might be 2 Supreme Court judges. What if there's 3? What if the moon falls into Lake Michigan? What are we going to do then?
Now, Jimmy, let's talk about risk assessment.
We just roll over?
Do you think there's a difference in the probability that 2 80-year-olds with multiple cases of cancer are going to serve out their term versus the moon falling into Lake Michigan?
There might be 2 Supreme Court judges. What if there's 3? What if the moon falls into Lake Michigan?
Man, I forgot that Jimmy Dore existed. That was a very unhappy reminder. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay, what were we watching? Okay, I really actually do want to watch this, so let's watch this now, okay? I don't know why that is, Joseph. It happens to other people too. I can't fix it. I don't know even why it would happen.
IVF patients to the State of the Union.
Also, once again, if you're watching on YouTube, please like the stream. Every like really helps significantly. There is a discrepancy between the amount of people watching and the amount of likes that there are. Bump up the like number. It really, really helps a ton. All right. Also, if you're in YouTube or you're watching from YouTube and you want to contribute to the conversation, I'm usually really chill. Unless you're being like this Joseph I guy who is extremely aggressive.
Make the point that what we saw in Alabama is a natural consequence of reproductive rights being rolled back at the national level, that you can't predict what will happen when you peel back the federal right to an abortion, as we saw in the Dobbs decision. And so, we had a poll here at CBS News this weekend that showed that nearly 9 in 10 Americans believe that IVF should remain legal. There's almost no issue that gets 90%. And so this is a clear winner for them.
And
so they're going to go
big. Trying to scramble back away from that and say, no, we didn't mean that. That's not where we are. But still, this resonates.
Right. And there's no imminent threat to IVF at the national level. And yet, the point that the president is going to make, and the point that these Democrats are making, is you just don't know what's going to happen state to state when it comes to contraception, when it comes to birth control of all forms, when it comes to abortion.
The problem is Democrats think all laws should be national laws. No, that is not what's happening. What is happening is there are some things that should be state laws. There are some things that should be national laws. I don't think that we should have patchwork 50 states with 50 different rules and regulations on what kinds of medications should be allowed and what kinds of medications shouldn't be allowed, what kinds of medical procedures should be allowed and what kind of medical procedures shouldn't be allowed. I don't think that's the role of government at that level to do, right?
Abortion when, each state is allowed to make these decisions.
And this will be the first presidential election since...
Because it would lead to chaos, little bits. Because it would make it to where, anyone that has lupus has to move to fucking Vermont in order to get the correct medication, rather than, being able to access it in any part of the country. It means that, all the trans people are relegated to one state or 3 states or some shit like that. I think it's really fucking retarded to have a country with this many millions of people that are going to have to pick and choose which shit-ass state they have to move to in order to meet their specific medical needs. It does not already work that way now.
The Dobbs decision.
Yes.
And there is a turnout pattern, as we mentioned a moment ago. 2022, 2023, this is a mover of voters. And the Biden campaign is counting on that to happen once again.
And it's not just a mover of Democratic voters. Let me tell you about one interesting number in our exit polling tonight. Among Virginia Republicans, when it comes to a national abortion ban, 34% favor a national abortion ban, 57% do not. These are Republicans saying they do not favor an abortion ban. Former President Trump just last week said maybe he'd be for one.
16 weeks.
And that is a challenging position to take in a general election when you've got independent voters, some Republican voters, and certainly Democratic voters who say they don't want to go in that direction.
And after State of the Union, do you expect, based on your conversations with the Biden-Harris reelection campaign, for this to be a Rose Garden campaign for reelection or a national, I'm out there, I'm touching voters, I'm going here and there and everywhere for the president?
I think that they recognize that this president does best, comes off best when he's able to get out obviously in a controlled way. He is the president of the United States, but get out and actually be seen interacting with voters. They know that he needs to be seen interacting with voters because there are all kinds of questions about his vigor and his stamina and what kind of race he's going to run. So that needs to happen. Now, one of the nights...
Bro, they need to coke him the fuck up. They need to just give him crystal meth before every appearance. Just enough. Not like a full recreational dose. Just enough to get him a little spring in his step. Maybe he loses a few teeth in the process, okay? Maybe, he gets a little aggressive. But if anything, being a little more aggressive is a good thing. Okay? That's what we need, okay? That's what we need them to do for Biden.
Nice things about being president of the United States is you can go get on your plane at Andrews Air Force Base in the morning. You can go hold a rally and you can get back that night and sleep in your own bed in the White House that night. So it's not as onerous as it might be for a challenger, but it'll be a mix. We'll see events at the White House and events out on the road as well.
Many advantages to being president, among them Air Force One. We have a projection. I told you they would be rolling throughout the evening. We have a projection now. Here's an update. CBS News, I'm waiting for the graphic. Bring it up, please. Projects that. Here we come. I'm promised it's on its way. There it is. President Donald Trump has won the Arkansas. Wait a minute. Arkansas? Didn't we do Arkansas? No, Alabama. Yes, it meant to say Alabama. It said Arkansas, so I read Arkansas. It's Alabama. We can also project that President Biden has won. I think we said this. I said this before. We'll say it again. Alabama primary on the Democratic side ahead. The world is also watching the result of this Super Tuesday as they roll in. We'll check in with our Margaret Brennan about that next. You are streaming America Decides.
All right.
Structural advantage, because if you're comparing two presidents, you're really comparing two presidencies. And that seems foremost in the public mind right now, Adrian.
Anthony Salvanto, as always, thank you very, very much. We will break down what tonight's result.
Okay, cool. Michael Knowles being against IVF.
Abbott down in Texas has become the latest Republican to engage in what I think is going to prove a long-term error, and that is to endorse in vitro fertilization and the surrogacy industry.
Do you agree with the Alabama Supreme Court that embryos are human beings?
Well, listen, obviously there's some uncertainty lingering from this, but candidly, let's go back to President Trump, because President Trump put out a statement on this that I think a lot of people agree with, and that is a goal that we all kind of want to achieve, and that is we want to make it easier for people to be able to have babies, not make it harder. And the IVF process is a way of giving life to even...
Oh my God, wait, breaking news. Vermont is a toss-up. Vermont is a toss-up. Vermont is a toss-up. Nikki Haley coming in. Just under, let's see, just under about 500 votes from Donald Trump. Uh-oh, it's too close to call, guys. It's too close to call. Nikki Haley might just get one state on Super Tuesday. Uh-oh. Now, she did decisively win D.C., but that's D.C. All those coastal elites are obviously... I cannot believe that the Republican primary in D.C. is like what, 2,100 voters or some shit like that? Bro, that's fucking crazy. 99% in, and the top candidate only has fucking 1,200 votes. Jesus. Anyways, Vermont. Let's see if Haley has it in her. Let's see if Haley has it in her to eke out and win from Vermont. Now, California and Utah still have yet to... Oh, but they're in Pacific time. Which makes sense why something isn't in quite yet. They're probably going to have something come in 11 p.m. ET. So that means that we're going to start seeing them come in probably around 10 p.m. Oof. Kristi Noem, is that the person that I was trying to talk about earlier and I could not remember the name of? Don't think so. Maybe, actually. Yes, I think this is the lady. She looks a little bit like Melania Trump outside of the, like in the pictures here. She looks a little bit closer to Melania Trump than in the pictures that I saw. Jesus. Okay. Anyways.
Even more babies. And so what I think the goal is to make sure that we can find a pathway to ensure that parents who otherwise may not have the opportunity to have a child will be able to have access to the IVF process and become parents and give life to babies. And because this is a relatively new issue, we're just going to find ways to navigate.
The first IVF baby was born in 1978. This is not a new issue. Thank you.
Navigate laws and fact situations that are very complicated.
Okay, hold on. So right there at the end, Governor Abbott says, now look, this is a relatively new situation. Right, that's my whole point. So when you have a relatively new situation with a brand new technology that touches on the very origin and destiny of...
Brand new technology that's 40 years old. That everybody knows about. It is older than the fucking vaccine technology. What was the mRNA vaccines? It is older than mRNA vaccines, which started getting studied, I believe, in the late 80s or early 90s.
Human life with all sorts of bioethical concerns that you yourself are acknowledging is the prudent response to that to go full steam ahead, let's go baby, make a bunch of kids in test tubes and lock them up in a freezer forever? Or would the more prudent response be caution? And
there's no reason for us to be cautious because we already know what the technology is. The technology is not the issue. It is whether or not you believe that life begins at conception and whether or not that life, like if we would count life begins at conception as a fertilized egg outside of the womb. Whether we would consider a fertilized egg outside of the womb that would never survive even inside of the womb. Is that considered a human baby? These are questions that I don't think anybody has an actual problem with. I think that if, again, the thing that I like to say is like, okay, you're in a hospital, all right? The hospital is burning down, and you're in the maternity ward, and across the hallway is the IVF ward or section of the hospital, whatever. Maybe they're both in the maternity ward. They're very close together. You can see hundreds, thousands of fertilized eggs in cryogenic things in a big, what do you call it? In a big, I don't know, forklift to pull it out of the hospital. And then you look over and there is a single baby in the maternity ward that was left behind in the panic. I don't think that Michael Knowles or Ben Shapiro or any of these people trying to defend this would ever go and save the hundreds or thousands of babies in the cryogenic freezers with the forklift. I don't think they would ever, ever, ever save those over the baby, even though they say they have equal moral value.
And if you're going to proceed at all, proceed very cautiously, or maybe take a moment here and sort out some of these bioethical issues, because we're talking about the creation of human beings. What do you think is more prudent? Obviously, the latter is. Now, what Governor Abbott is trying to do here is he's trying to stay on the good side of President Trump, because President Trump came out on this issue in response to the Alabama Supreme Court faithfully interpreting the Alabama state constitution and saying, look, the Alabama state constitution protects life from the very beginning. The very beginning is the moment of conception. If we as pro-lifers really believe that life begins at conception,
they didn't have to delve into this question at all. They chose to. Usually, when especially like a state Supreme Court or the Supreme Court of the United States takes a case, especially one that has so many implications as the possibility of banning IVF fertilization in that state or in the country, they're usually going to avoid that part. And they're going to very narrowly judge the case at hand. The case at hand was there was an IVF worker or tech or whatever who was transporting some embryos from one side of the room to the other and began getting freezer burn on their fingers because they weren't following the proper safety procedures. Dropped the embryos on the ground, and the embryos were wasted. They couldn't be used. They were out of the cold for too long, et cetera, et cetera. Nikki Haley just pulled ahead. Oh my God. So that's the case in Alabama. For symmetry, let's look at the 14th Amendment case for the Colorado taking Trump off the ballot. Let's juxtapose these things and find the symmetry and the lack of symmetry. The justices did not rule on whether or not Trump did an insurrection. They didn't comment on any part of the legal troubles that Trump is having. They very narrowly made a judgment specifically on what? Whether or not a state has the right or the ability to take a candidate off of the ballot for the charge of insurrection. And they said, no, that is up to Congress. But they didn't judge on whether or not Trump himself was an insurrectionist. They made no allusions to that from my understanding. They can choose how narrow or how broad of a ruling they want to make. And the Alabama justices chose to broaden out the case of some families suing an IVF clinic for destruction of their property, of their embryos that they wanted to use to start a family with, which is, let's be honest, something that is totally valid to sue for, right? Especially if you're getting freezer burn while carrying it, right? Because you weren't following this proper safety procedures. That's totally valid. I don't think it is valid to then use that in order to push across the finish line this agenda of extremely stringently defining life as even a fertilized egg outside of the womb.
Then that raises all sorts of problems for the IVF and surrogacy industry, because the IVF and surrogacy industry, first of all, sells human life. And two, I mean, that is the product. It's the only product you could possibly be buying.
Are dudes who get not Vaseline? What's the one that starts with a V? Not Vicodin. What's the one that makes your dick hard? What's the one that gets your dick hard, guys? It starts with a V, I think. What's the medication? Are guys that get that so that they can have sex with their wives and Viagra? Thank you. Are guys who get Viagra, is that them selling human life? Is any medical procedure not selling human life or the ability to continue human life? Why is this one specifically selling human life to you? I wonder, Michael Knowles.
First of all, sells human life. And two, I mean, that is the product. It's the only product you could possibly be buying in the IVF and surrogacy industry. But two, treats human life in a way that we would not consider morally acceptable. For instance, locking people away in freezers forever, or creating human beings. Sometimes where major accidents happen back in early 2023.
But the problem is that your personal morality shouldn't dominate the entire country of people who all vehemently disagree with you. We just saw polling just a minute ago that showed that nearly 90% of Americans think that IVF procedures, whatever the correct terminology there is, that IVF should be protected as is because they're not killing babies. They're making more of them.
There's a case, I think it's still being litigated down in Texas, where the scientists accidentally mixed up the test tubes, and so they created a human being with the wrong sperm and the wrong egg. They created a human being with a mother and father who had never met each other, who were married to other people. What happens to that person now? Well, I guess the couples sue, and maybe there's a civil payout or something like that. Well, now you got a human being who has been created, deprived of a mother and a father, who's left in no man's land. This is just one example.
There literally isn't even the ability for that embryo to feel, understand. There is no process available to it because it has no brain. It has no heartbeat. It has no anything. It is sperm and egg, two sets of DNA combined that has not developed a single aspect of what it means to be a human, either physically, emotionally, mentally, on no epistemic ground outside of like the literal fact that it has human DNA and the fact that there are some people that think that there are souls. Thank you, little bits. There's no ground for us to say that that is the same thing as a human being or a person who has thoughts and feelings and emotions. I'm even super 1 second. Fuck, I lost my train of thought. Outside of the fact that it literally has human DNA. Oh, I remember. I'm super sympathetic, and I even to a certain degree agree with some conservatives and a lot of liberals, believe it or not, that at a certain point in the pregnancy, right, you probably shouldn't get an abortion. Just for funsies or just because you changed your mind. Probably shouldn't do that, right? Probably past like what? Let's say 12 20 weeks. That's a nice round number. I've heard some people say 24 because of the Destiny debates. Let's say 20 because it's a nice round number, right? And that's 5 months, and you can easily recognize that you're pregnant and take adequate steps at that point to rectify it before there's any kind of person there. IVF should be legal, but life should be protected from conception unless it is a threat to the life of the mother, no matter how undeveloped it is. Then IVF should not be legal. Because they fertilize, like, between, I think what we read the other day was they fertilize somewhere between 5 and 40 eggs at a time in order for this shit to work. You have to have leftovers. You have to make more than you would expect to need. Because most of those eggs aren't going to implant on the uterine lining and then be carried to term. They're going to be, like, you cannot have IVF if you want to have a protection from conception. There is no way, Joseph I. That is the point. You say IVF is legal, but doctors need a way to protect the fetuses. You considering these things fetuses is insane to me. And it is insane to about 90% of Americans. Conservatives have a point when they point out that at a certain point, pulling out that baby, it is the ability to feel things. It has the ability to perceive things and hear. It has the ability to, like, begin thinking, even according to some studies. The disagreement that I have with conservatives on that is when that line is. That's it. But I understand where they're coming from. And I understand that they don't, like, most conservatives don't want to get rid of abortion completely. They just want it to be safe, legal, and rare. However, this is an issue in which the religious extremism and the, like, morals, like, philosophical, like, extremism that goes along with this debate actually hurts everybody.
Example of
I want it banned in all cases except for the life of the mother. Well, guess what? Then you want to ban IVF. Just say it then.
The myriad examples of hazards that come along with establishing the domination of technology over the origin and destiny of human life. So I get it. I understand why, as a political matter, President Trump doesn't want to run in 2024 on shutting down IVF, which many, many people, I think mistakenly, but with good intentions, are supportive of. I get that. I'm not saying he has to make it a plank of his campaign. But if I were advising President Trump, whom I love, who's the most pro-life president in my lifetime, if I were advising Governor Abbott here, if I were advising Kari Lake, who also came out in favor of this, I would just say, hey, guys, proceed with caution. Maybe downplay this thing a little bit. Maybe don't come out in defense of a morally dubious, and in the case of Alabama, illegal and unconstitutional activity. Because what they're saying, what Governor Abbott has said here is, look, we love it because IVF is a way to make more human life, and we want more human life. And that's true. So is rape. Rape is another way to make more human life. Do you support that? No, you don't. Am I saying that rape and IVF in the surrogacy industry are identical? No, of course they're not identical. But the principle stands. Good ends do not justify immoral means. And there are immoral ways to create human life. And that doesn't in any way call into question the value or the dignity of the human beings who are created in that way. Far from it. Pro-lifers will be the first to tell you, we support the right to life of everyone. Just because someone is created in an unfortunate or sinful or unjust.
I don't care what this guy has to say. I'm sorry. I understand that in the world that we live in now, it is a big thing, or at least the area of the internet that I occupy. It is great to have an argument for everything. And being able to destroy your interlocutor in the marketplace of ideas is just super based. However, that was so unbelievably fucking retarded on so many fucking levels. I would rather kill myself live on stream than listen to the rest of it. In a video game, Tron, that was TOS, but I couldn't help it because that was fucking insane. No notes, no argument. I want that to be played in front of every American citizen who is thinking, well, you know, maybe Republicans are the better choice. Maybe Republicans, you know, Biden's, you know, he's old. I want them to see that shit. Comparing IVF to rape. I'm actually fucking speechless. I'm actually speechless. That is actually the fucking craziest fucking comparison I've ever heard someone make on any political topic, I think. If that's Michael winning, I'm glad I'm losing, Gas. Trust me, that was actually fucking crazy. They are trying so hard to justify the unjustifiable that they're comparing someone trying to start a family through a perfectly normal medical procedure to rape. Yeah. Sometimes you don't need to hear everything, right? Sometimes you just understand. Donald Trump won, uncommitted, 2,700 or 27,000. Let's see what else is going on in Texas. Wait, can we get the Senate? Senate, thank you. Ted Cruz, the incumbent, with 88%, despite only 20% of his constituency liking him. Colin Allred. I can't remember who I voted for earlier today. I think I voted for Gutierrez. But Colin Allred is the victor for Texas on the Senate. Let's see if Real Clear Politics. Oh, did I close out Real Clear Politics? Let's look at Real Clear Politics. Texas Senate. Cruz versus Allred. Is that who we were just looking at? Allred. Wait. Which one is Real Clear? Okay. Damn. Looking at an 8-point victory? I don't know about that one, Chief. You know what? I'm actually kind of curious. I'm actually giga curious, if I'm completely honest. Remind me, someone in chat, please remind me in a couple of days to revisit this to see if they've updated any of the polling, because the last time this was, the most recent polling here was February 12th. All right. I want to see, once there is more once the Democrats start coalescing around Allred, I want to see what the polling is then, because all the conservatives are going to support Cruz over any other Democrat, but the Democrats have been split between Allred and the Gutierrez guy and all the rest of them. I want to know how close it becomes in like 3 or 4 weeks. Econoboi. Ted is now free to briefly pretend he's not up Trump's ass before returning. True. Hey, Econoboi, what do you think of our girl Nikki Haley coming out on top in Vermont? What do you think of that, Econoboi? Actually, Econoboi, if you're down to talk right now, let me know. I'd be super interested to see what you think of everything. Also, my girlfriend just texted me in German. Listen, I don't speak Nazi, so that's good. If you had to choose between a baby and a zygote, it's ZY goat instead of ZI goat. I think you'd be sleeping like a baby for the rest of your life. Let me in? Oh, there you are. My guy, how are you doing?
What's up, Sondsol? How do I sound?
You sound great.
Awesome. I got a big ass fan going in the background because it's
finally warm. We have the warm side of
naturally.
winter. Yeah.
Yeah, naturally. It's the first week of March and it's already like 85 degrees outside.
Yep, I also have the giant fan going in the background. I had to change my audio settings to not have it audible for everyone.
Yeah. Yeah, climate change makes me legitimately want to leave Houston. I feel like in 10 years, Houston is actually going to be fucking completely miserable. Fucking
Yeah,
living.
no, 100%.
Holy shit.
Oh, I have I told you that I am no longer going to be living in Houston?
Oh, really? Where are you moving, Sondsol?
DC.
Oh, from one swamp to another.
Yep, one swamp to another. It's hot in the summers and freezing in the winters there. So I'm excited.
What are you doing in DC? Just like a job or something, or what?
Yeah, I'll let you know on in DMs. But
All right.
So our
CIA
girl
agent, clearly.
Nikki Haley. We've been watching you for a while. Okay, Econoboi. We've been watching you, and the Manchurian Candidate word has already been spoken. I'm coming for you.
Wait, do I get to be the Manchurian Candidate?
No, I am the Manchurian Candidate.
Oh, fuck.
You got too close, and now you're going to fall. All right? My CIA handlers have activated me.
That's clearly what's happening, if you ask me.
But yeah, so what do you, all the news going on right now with Vermont possibly being won by Nikki Haley? I think that it's a winner take all state. So she's still in there. What do you think?
I think if you could convert coke to electricity, I think that Nikki Haley supporters could provide nearly infinite energy to the entire world for free.
Yo, actually, right now, Trump is giving his victory speech. Would you be down to watch that real quick?
Sure, but let's do it. His victory speech?
Yeah, I was just informed that I see him standing at the front of the podium. Do you see it?
Oh, let me get to it. Watch stream. Yep, I see it.
All right. Hold on, I have to mute it for the music. God bless the USA, of course. I'm surprised it wasn't YMCA.
Yep.
If you want me to pause at any point, just let me know.
All right.
Well, thank you very much. They call it
Go
Super
1.25
Tuesday
speed.
for a reason.
Please, God,
This
Sondsol.
is a big one.
Well, it's happening live. We're only like 30
they
seconds
tell me,
behind.
the pundits and otherwise, that there's never been one like this. There's never been anything so conclusive. This was an amazing night, an amazing day. It's been an incredible period of time in our country's history. It's been sad in so many ways, but I think it's going to be inspiring because we're going to do something that, frankly, nobody's been able to do for a long time. We've watched our country take a great beating over the last 3 years, and nobody thought a thing like this would be possible. We wouldn't have Russia attacking Ukraine. We wouldn't have Israel being attacked. Iran, as you know, was broke. When I was running things, they were broke. They didn't have money for Hamas. They didn't have
Isn't
money for
Iran
Hezbollah.
also like still
We had
broke?
no inflation. Inflation is destroying the middle class. It's destroying everything. Inflation, if you look back over the history, hundreds of years back, inflation is called a country buster. And that's what it's doing to our country. What's happened with inflation has been unbelievable. A lot of people say, a lot of experts have said the stock market's the only thing that's doing well, and that's doing well because our poll numbers are so much higher than Joe Biden's.
Real quick, do you think now that the race is going to consolidate more than likely, where do you see the poll numbers going? Do you see the people that voted for Haley once she drops out, assuming she does, going over to Biden, or do you think that what do you think's going to happen here?
I think I saw a poll at one point which was something like half of Nikki Haley supporters, I think, said they didn't plan to support Trump. So not necessarily vote for Biden, but maybe stay home, maybe vote for, a third-party candidate, and obviously maybe vote for Biden. So I don't know. I would say probably between a quarter to a third of Nikki Haley voters might end up voting for, Trump. But that's not really there's not many people that vote in these primaries, right? So it's not really a very large number of people, I don't imagine. And I think that, the truth is that I think that Biden he still certainly has some uphill battles to climb in terms of the election. I'm still relatively skeptical of everything. So we'll see how the polls shake out, but I'd imagine they'll tighten. And
I think that it's going to tighten in the next month. And I think that the Alabama ruling and then Texas coming out and hardcore supporting the IVF ruling and the cases moving forward in the coming months, I think that it's going to narrow. I don't know if it's going to come out with Biden just blowing Trump out of the water in the polling. But yeah, that's where I think we're going.
Yeah, it's very difficult to say because the swing state polling specifically looks quite worrying, but the swing state polls have been, it seems like Democrats have overperformed polls basically the whole time that Biden's been president. And so it'll be interesting to see how it obviously ends up shaking out. And a lot could change, to be fair, as well. I mean, the moment that the economy hits a recession, then I'm just putting all my chips on Trump winning.
Oh, yeah, 1,000,000%. Yeah, no, that's 1,000% the case. The interesting thing is the state level polls. When we look at the polling for Senate and congressional members, Democrats in every single fucking swing state out there, minus Ohio, is looking really, really, really good for Democrats. So it's really just a referendum on Biden versus Trump, not on Republicans versus Democrats, which is crazy.
Am I crazy? I thought the polls showed that Biden was down in pretty much every swing state.
Right. No, Biden. Sorry, I'm speaking specifically about Senate and House seats, but Democrats are winning likely most of the toss-ups that are going on with Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada, Arizona, and maintaining their hold on the Senate likely, but not super comfortably. Whereas those same states have a negative view of Biden.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. It'll be interesting to see how many split ticket, voters there were, but we'll see. Let's keep going. Let's see what value Trump provides us.
He's the worst president in the history of our country. There's never been anything like what's happening to our country. Today it was announced that 325,000 people were flown in from parts unknown. Migrants were flown in airplane, not going through borders, not going through that great Texas barrier that I was with the governor of Texas, Greg Abbott, the other day.
Yeah, planes do go over that thing.
The job they're doing, but in the meantime, they're pouring into California and they're pouring into
Did he say
Arizona.
300,000?
Because those governors aren't doing anything. They're doing nothing.
Wait,
California of Texas, Greg Abbott, not going through that great. Migrants were flown in. 5,000 people were. Today it was announced that 325,000 people were flown in from parts
There's
unknown.
no way.
Migrants were flown in.
There's no way
airplane,
there
not
were that
going
many
through
people
borders,
flown
not
in.
That's a lot of
going through the
planes.
great Texas barrier that
Were they using those fucking big FedEx cargo plates or something, just packing them? Fucking, you ever? Oh man, I was about to make a really bad edgy joke. Never mind.
I was with the
The
governor
fucking
of
like
Texas, Greg
3 week, like, you know, fucking nose to tail airplanes going out of Kabul.
You know, there.
I
You
got
know,
like
there
what was
was
it, like 100,000 or something? Like it wasn't.
Yeah,
no
I
way It was
know.
300,000.
the other day, and we were looking at the job they're doing. But in the meantime, they're pouring into California and they're pouring into Arizona because those governors aren't doing anything. They're doing nothing. But today it was just announced before I came out. It was unbelievable. I said, that must be a mistake. They flew 325,000 migrants, flew them in over the borders into our country. So that really tells you where they're coming from. They want open borders, and open borders are going to destroy our country. We need borders and we need free and fair elections, or we don't have a country. This is an incredible group of people. So many celebrities that I'm not going to introduce any because I'm just going to get myself in trouble if I do that, because I'll leave out most of you. But this is a room chock full of incredible, talented people, like some of the guys standing right in front of me, right? Big futures, big, fat, beautiful futures. Oh, I'd love to be your age. I'd pay you a lot of money to be your age.
He just never.
But we have
It's
some
so
tremendously
stupid.
talented people in this room, including tremendously talented political people that have helped me right from the beginning. We had the safest border in the history of our country. We built 571 miles of wall. We had Mexico supply us with 28,000 soldiers because we wanted them. That's why. And they said, we won't do that. I said, yes, you will. You will. And in the end, they did. It was an easy negotiation, but we had the safest border, the best numbers we've ever had, and now we have the worst numbers probably in the history of the world. It's sad.
The history
to see
of the
what's happening to our cities.
world.
Our cities are being overrun
Ever.
with migrant crime, and that's Biden migrant crime. But it's a new category of crime, and it's violent.
Migrant.
Where they'll
I need the Democrats to push back on this migrant crime talking point when there's so much plethora of fucking data from the conservative states themselves along the border that show that people who cross the border, illegal immigrants and, legal, naturalized citizens that came here and immigrated here from elsewhere are just so significantly less likely to be caught doing any kind of crime. It's just like there's
Do they
so
commit some
much.
crime, Sondsol?
They commit some crime.
So we're letting in criminals.
Yeah, you know what? That means that white people are the biggest criminals in the United States because a lot of white people do a lot of crime. It's just
stand in the
I
middle
need
of
them
the
to
street
do
and have
that.
fistfights with police officers, and if they did that in their countries from where they came, they'd be killed instantly. Instantly, they wouldn't do that. So the world is laughing at us. The world is taking advantage of us. 3 years ago, we were at a level. We were energy independent. We were going to be very shortly energy dominant, and today we're getting oil from Venezuela. Can you believe it? And we're doing numbers on that oil. You know what we're doing? We're refining the oil. We have our refinery for that oil. It's really, I call it tar. It's not oil. It's terrible. We have real stuff. But we're refining it in Houston. So for all of the environmentalists, you ought to look at that because all of that tar is going right up into the atmosphere. You just ought to take a look. It's the only plant that can do it. We have the only plants that can take tar and make it into oil, and that's what it is. It's a shame. But we were energy independent. We were going to be energy dominant. We were going to be supplying oil to Europe, all over the world, and then a tragic thing happened during the election. It was a tragedy.
Tragedy.
Because you wouldn't have, think of it, all of the problems that you have today, I don't think you would have had any of them. You'd only have success, and that's what's
What is
ultimately
this guy
going to unify
saying? He's
this
like
country
Michael
and
Scott.
unify
Don't
I know.
you ever,
this party.
under
We
any
have a-
circumstance, ever even think about for any what is he what is he saying? He
there's-
hasn't made a single point in the last
I
30
know.
seconds.
I know. That's why I was laughing earlier because it's like padding out because I'm back in college courses now, and I have to do this myself a little bit, padding out word count in an essay, but it's just the way he speaks, and it's insane. because there's nothing being said for like 30 seconds at a time, and then he'll say a little snippet of what the next 30 seconds of just like speaking while saying nothing, and then he'll bring up another point, and it's like, fuck, man, like, can I get something? Are you gonna say anything? It's the way that it is every single time. He doesn't have teleprompters. He doesn't have teleprompters because he feels really good and like on top of the world right now, because he just basically blew the fuck out every single Super Tuesday in American history, probably.
Yeah, you know what's weird is that it's like you can give a short speech. You know,
yeah.
If you don't have any notes, you don't have a prepared speech. Like, there's nothing wrong with coming out here for 3 minutes and just thanking all your supporters, saying we're gonna get them, giving 2 minutes of talk, and then being on your way. I mean, people aren't going to show a whole 20-minute speech anyway. Nobody's going to watch the thing, right? So, you know.
Yeah, I used to try to like watch Trump events and Trump speeches and rallies for content, but like he would speak for 3 fucking hours, and it would just be him sucking his own dick the entire time with nothing of value. And like I would just like see like in the next 3 days, people would comb through it and find, oh, look, he proposed this policy in this speech. It's like, oh, I'm sorry. That was like 2.5 hours after I noped out because I couldn't stand any more, self-filleting. I cannot stand the way he speaks. I feel like in 2016, tell me if you remember this, people did an analysis of his speeches and said that he spoke at like a 5th grade writing level, and that's why it was so accessible to so many people. Do you remember that?
I do recall people saying that. Yep.
I feel it so hard right now because of like school and reading other people's, discussion and essay posts, and it's like, man, these people are writing at 5th grade levels. Now I just realized it's been implanted in their mind by the president of the United States. Everyone's just dumber as a result of it, I guess.
I mean, people don't realize that, again, like Trump and Biden are, they're both old, right?
Yeah, I was saying that earlier.
Trump is he's stumbling over his words more. Again, I mean, Trump's the same thing. If you look at a video of Trump speaking in the 1980s, he doesn't speak like this. Like, it's clear that his vocabulary has shrunk over time, and it's clear that his like, again, it's the same thing with Biden. Like, it's clear that his like general ability to speak well has diminished to a noticeable degree. Like, if you watch any interview from Trump in the 1980s, he just doesn't even come close to sounding like he sounds a lot smarter,
Yeah, no, 100%. Right? Okay, have you seen? Okay, I'm gonna play another clip. Okay, just a short clip from a speech earlier, I believe this week. And please tell me if you can suss out what this motherfucker was trying to get across.
All right.
We are a nation that just recently heard that Saudi Arabia and Russia will repeat your. Oh.
I saw this.
What the fuck?
We'll repeat the.
And the swelling music behind him.
What does he say right after that? Like,
I don't know. I haven't been able to find the clip because I don't. If I'm honest, I have literally no clue what I would even put into Google for that. But I want to know what he says afterwards.
Just look up Trump gaffe like full clip.
Trump gaffe full.
President Donald Trump's most epic gaffes. He looks lost. Hold on, scroll up to the he looks lost video.
That was the one I just showed it to you from.
No, I know, but this was a day ago. So look up Trump gaffe full March 2024. All right, here we go. Look at this one.
Favored nation trade status, and we will impose stiff penalties on China.
Go down to the comments to find the timestamp.
We have trade abusers.
You're so good at this.
God damn it! Fucking the comments aren't helping. All right, just go back up.
Here, hold on.
It yourself.
It is the same time because I remember this guy in the back because he was doing something goofy.
I remember this specific guy. I don't think this is it. Yeah, you gotta go forward.
Oh no, that was the end of the speech. Oh no, maybe he's back here.
Attendee suffers medical emergency. Never mind. Fucking hell.
But it is the same event.
Did you see?
Well, it's Greensboro. Look up that. Look up.
Oh, good idea.
Full Greensboro, North Carolina.
And his children walked out with him. Can you imagine that? So what a great job. Thank you very much, everybody.
News about Donald Trump. Here we go. Speaks at Greensboro rally.
North Carolina.
Let's look at the timestamps. 1 hour 30 seconds. Here we are.
Oh my God! What a king.
I'm scared of you a little bit. Okay, maybe you should be working for the CIA. What the fuck are these investigative skills, my guy?
Rev, you got to learn how to counter the clip chimps. You know, you gotta be able to find a clip at a moment's notice, Sondsol. Have you learned nothing?
We are a
from
nation that just recently heard that Saudi Arabia and Russia will be reducing their oil production. So
okay,
sad.
I guess he just
so
had
he
a bit of a short circuit and just
yeah,
kept going.
I guess so.
Arabia and Russia will be reducing.
Oh, that you know what? That was honestly such a good recovery, all things considered. He had a short circuit. He went, oh, it's so bad. Yeah, they're reducing oil. Yeah, he recovered fast, but that's still fucking crazy to me. Okay, 1 second. Where's the? Okay, let's keep going on this.
Republican Party with tremendous talent.
We'll speed it up a little
and
more.
we want to have unity, and we're going to have unity, and it's going to happen very quickly. And I've been saying lately, success will bring unity to our country, and it happened before. We had the best economy our country's ever had. And people were calling me that I would have said, will never happen. It'll never happen. They wanted to get together African American, Asian American, Hispanic American, women, men, people with diplomas from the best schools in the world, and people that didn't graduate from high school. Every single group was doing better than ever before. And it was a beautiful thing. Our country was coming together. Our country was coming together.
Our country was the most divided it had ever been under him.
Political person uses weaponization against his political opponent. Never happened here. It happens in other countries, but they're third world countries. And in some ways, we're a third world country. We're a third world country at our borders, and we're a third world country at our elections. And we have to stop that.
What does
we need
that
a fair
mean?
and free press. The press has not been fair, nor has it been free.
Because the election
maybe
was stolen,
someday they will
Sondsol.
be. They're being beaten up pretty badly. People aren't trusting them. They're not believing them. And really, it's a very important factor. The press used to be the policeman. It used to police our country. Now nobody has confidence in them.
And that's why you got caught,
so
bitch.
important for the success of our country. So important.
You know, honestly, like, he's not wrong. The press are a little bit of the police of the politicians, because the amount of times that he has said some stupid fuck shit that has fucked up his legal arguments live on air in front of an interviewer is ungodly. Okay? He's not wrong.
So this has been a day that we've been waiting for. I want to thank my family for being here. It's a great family. I have a great family.
Where are they? They're not out there with
They've
them.
had it very easy since I decided to run for politics.
Let me
They
see
say,
if
thanks a lot, Dad. We appreciate it. But they're strong, and they're very capable
Doesn't
people.
say.
And they love the country. They really do love the country, and we appreciate it. And I want to thank everybody at my staff. Susie, Chris, incredible job. Incredible job you did. I read an article yesterday where it said this is one of the finest run campaigns that anybody has ever seen. That's pretty good, right? That's pretty good. It's
Really quick, I just want to say, I won't stop it again until you stop it. But Tron, my editor in chat, said it would be funny to go through and autistically cut out all of the fluff from a Trump speech and only pay attention to the points he's making, cutting everything else. That 3-hour like average of his rallies would be cut down to like 15 minutes. Like, it would be insane, the lack of content of the words that he's saying.
statement. And we have no choice, because November 5th, it's right around the corner, November 5th is going to go down as the single most important day in the history of our country. We're going to take it, and we're going to make it like it should be, respected. Right now, we're not respected. Right now, our country is known as a joke. It's a joke. Other leaders who I speak to, other leaders can't believe what happened to us Because 3 years ago, we were the most respected country anywhere in the world by far. We were doing things that nobody could believe. China was paying us billions and billions of dollars. In 25 years, they paid us nothing, zero, not 10 cents. I was getting billions of dollars, and they were happy about it, as happy as you can be.
What?
Of course, maybe there's reasons for things having happened, but they were not so happy with certain things, I guess, based on things that took place. But we were getting along with everybody. We were getting along, and we were respected by everybody. We had no wars. Remember when I had the debate with Hillary Clinton? She said, look at him. Look at that personality. He's going to cause wars. I said, no, my personality is going to keep us out of wars, and that's what happened.
More drone strikes than any other president. Killed Soleimani on Iraqi soil without telling
For
anyone.
20 years, they were fighting ISIS. I defeated ISIS in 4 weeks.
Wait, for how long?
For 20 years, they were fighting ISIS.
For 20 years, they were fighting ISIS?
Bro.
I defeated ISIS in 4 weeks. I got rid of ISIS. 100% of the ISIS caliphate. And we had no wars,
The
and
ISIS
we
still
stopped wars.
exists.
We weren't getting along with a lot of countries. All of a sudden, North
That's
Korea.
because Biden became
which is
president,
a
Sondsol. He
serious
came
foreign
back.
power, but North Korea came along.
Dumbass.
Kim Jong-un, we got along very well. We got along very well with China until COVID. That was a little bit too much, as far as I was concerned. That was too much. Couldn't take that one. But we made a trade deal with China that I don't even talk about. $50 billion a year in product they bought from our farmers, our manufacturers. They used to buy 10. I got 50, and it was great. But COVID, I don't even talk about that because COVID was
Because it makes
just a
people
horrible
look
thing.
bad.
It started in the Wuhan labs, just as I said, the Wuhan labs. And it came out, I believe, through incompetence. I believe it was incompetence. Some people think it wasn't, but I believe it was. But regardless, it caused $60 trillion worth of damage and death all over the world, And we did a fantastic job on that. We never got credit for that. Unbelievable job on that. We came up with things that nobody thought was possible. Don't forget, when it came in, nobody had an idea what it was.
Oh,
They
no,
didn't
is he
even
going to
use the word
mention the
pandemic. Nobody had an
vaccine?
idea. But we did a fantastic job. And we got a lot of credit for the economy, a lot of credit for our foreign policy. I think credit like very few people have gotten. And the press was very honest about it. They gave us very high marks on foreign policy, the Abraham Accords, so many different things we did. But we never got the kind of due that we should have for the COVID, or as I call it affectionately, the Chinese virus, the China virus, which is a much more accurate term. And despite that, the stock market, when we turned it over, the stock market was higher than it was prior to COVID coming in. It was an amazing thing. And we did an amazing job. And we have so many people that worked on that, so many of the doctors, so many of the scientists that worked with us on that. It was
Wait,
really,
hold on.
really something. But there's never been...
We can fact check that in real time. This S&P 500. Do you know, like off the top of your head, if that's true, that by the end of Trump's presidency, it had already recovered?
That's probably roughly true, if I had to guess. I mean, the markets recovered pretty quickly after the COVID shock, so.
Okay, so February 14th, it was at 33.80.
And he left office in January of 21.
Okay, I guess it did recover. That's actually surprising to me. I thought that the depression lasted until like that December, but I haven't autistically gone over those numbers. Okay.
You don't have your portfolio that you manage, Sondsol?
Listen,
I'm
I'm poor as fuck, okay, guy?
in an administration that had more success in so many different elements. We got the largest tax cuts in history. We have the largest regulation cuts in history. We rebuilt our military. And what happened, we rebuilt our entire military, and beautiful. We had jet fighters that were 53 years old, and we had all brand new jet fighters. And then after this other group of people...
That is something I know is fucking false. When he says we had jet fighters that were 53 years old, he's talking about the fact that we had like F-16s from the fucking 70s. That is true, right? But we had newer F-16s that were still in production. We had F-18s and shit like that were made more recently. They didn't keep the literal same fucking plane around since the 70s. They were invented and started being produced for the U.S. military in the 70s or 80s.
Sondsol, the thing is, you know what's crazy is how stupid he is, but half the country is going to vote for this guy to be president.
Yeah, I know. It black pills me.
There's nothing you can do about it.
Took over, and we had that horrible surrender in Afghanistan. I call it a surrender. We took the soldiers out first. You know, I dealt with the leaders of
I
the
took out
Taliban
those soldiers
in Afghanistan. They were the ones that were causing the trouble. The press was very angry because they said, "Why are you calling them?" I said, "Because that's where the problem is." I say oftentimes, they asked Jesse James, "Jesse, why do you rob banks?" He said, "Because that's where the money is." And I said, that's where the problem is with the Taliban. And I spoke to Abdul. He's still the leader. Believe it or not, he's really the leader of Afghanistan, but he's the leader of the Taliban.
Abdul, Afghan guy.
He said, don't ever shoot our soldiers again.
Out of the Taliban.
I hate how affectionately he speaks of the Taliban. It really, it bothers me so fucking much.
Don't ever do it. Very interesting. What happened is that, we were having, during the Obama administration, previously, they were shooting a lot of our soldiers. And I let them know, I said, don't ever let that happen. I said in a rather nasty.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm going to go ahead and do something that I should have done at the beginning of stream. Josephi123. I know that you're Panda Man. I know that you've been avoiding a ban. You are so unempathetic to all policies you disagree with, Sondsol. I'm unempathetic to the opinions of a 16-year-old that is a Orthodox Jewish extremist that thinks that Arabs should be, legally open season to be raped as a result of October 7th. All right. I'm very unempathetic to that sort of thing. I'm very empathetic to most conservatives, but not you. Goodbye.
Good day, sir.
Consider buying a rope.
Anyways. We're not to go into it tonight. For 18 months, we lost nobody in Afghanistan. And then we had that horrible, horrible withdrawal where we lost 13 soldiers, 38 horribly wounded, left Americans behind. You have Americans right now still behind. Call them hostages if you like. It was a terrible moment. We left $85 billion worth of brand new, beautiful equipment behind, jets and tanks and everything you could think of.
It wasn't brand new by the time we were done with it when we were pulling out.
They fight at night, but now they do because they have goggles. They have better goggles than we have. So I just want to tell you that led to a lot of.
Listen, if that wasn't Panda Man,
they took all of our goggles. We don't have them anymore.
They took our M16s.
We can't make them. Unbelievable.
The crazy thing about all the military equipment, and I don't know. And please, again, people are, Tron TOS. I don't think that was TOS. I didn't tell him to do anything with the rope, okay? But something, and I'm very open and will immediately say that I was a dumb fuck. My understanding is when we pulled out of Afghanistan, we left equipment behind, we fucked that shit up so bad that it could never be used again, all right? If you guys keep up with what's going on with Afghanistan, which I accidentally have, their special forces are rolling around on rollerblades. Literally. Actually. That is their police force. Taliban special forces on rollerblades, weaving in and out of traffic. All right? If they had our military equipment, the billions of dollars that we left behind,
you'd see them using it, right?
You'd see them using, the Abrams tanks. You'd see them using all of these fucking APCs.
I mean, that's another thing. Not to mention, even if the equipment did work, right? None of these guys know how to use it, right? These are fucking 15-year-old child soldiers and shit. They're not gonna know how to pilot a tank.
How are they going to learn how to fly a fucking Apache helicopter?
Yeah, unironic. How the fuck would they possibly know how to do these things? I mean, I think there was even a story about a Taliban fighter trying to fly one and literally crashing and dying because he didn't know how to fly it.
That's the thing.
That's the thing. I was gonna say on the Afghanistan pullout, I think that is an area where I said this at the time, and I absolutely defend it to this day. I literally do not think Biden could have done the pullout any better.
I don't think so either. I really did look into it. If you think about it,
and here's the thing, because people will say, well, what about this one, about that? And my answer to them is, did he have that information on the ground at the time of the pullout? Because that's the thing. When we can always say in hindsight this and that, he should have done this. Now, to be fair, I think even in hindsight, he probably did about as good of a job as he could have. But with the information Biden had on the ground at the time, no one would have or should have done anything differently.
I know.
Nothing, and he, at the end of the day as well, I mean, people wanted out of Afghanistan, and
nobody had the balls to do it because it was politically, it was always going to be a politically negative thing for them. Afghanistan wasn't going to stay a strong bastion of democracy like we had hoped, because we had no goals.
I mean, it was like Nixon pulling out of Vietnam, right? Where like, yeah, it looked bad that we pulled out and we had to run away, and like, you know, the what was it? I think the North Vietnamese ended up conquering everything and taking over Vietnam. You know, but I mean, that wasn't like people wanted out of Vietnam so badly that wasn't really a sticking point, right? That like, yeah, the pullout was pretty embarrassing, based on a lot of clips on the news and everything. But, you know, it's not like this term defining thing. Like, I think there's a much greater chance that the election's decided based on the Israel-Palestine as a foreign policy issue than the pullout of Afghanistan. I just don't think. I think almost everybody's glad to be out.
Yeah, I think that's true. I also don't think that the Israel-Palestine thing is going to be a determinative thing. I think that...
No, that's what I'm saying. I would agree, but if we imagine, like, what are the foreign policy issues that are going to change the margin? I just don't think it's the pullout of Afghanistan. If anything, that helps Biden, doesn't hurt him. And I just don't think anybody really gives a fuck that much that the pullout was chaotic, you know? Like, I just don't think that's a thing. I think that people wanted to be out of Afghanistan more than they wanted, like, a perfect, you know, pull out from Afghanistan, essentially, right?
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
I got about like 10 more minutes. We're going to try and power through as much of this as we can, all right?
Let's do it.
Things, and now the worst things are happening. The things that are happening now are unthinkable, and they're unthinkable at the border. We have millions of people invading our country. This is an invasion. This is the worst invasion probably. We've never had anything like it. No country has ever had anything like it. The number today could be 15 million people. And they're coming from rough places and dangerous places. And we had that shut down. We had
and just as a short aside, internet gas is 1,000,000% right here. Yeah, not to mention Trump is to blame for setting the deadline and not telling the Afghanistan government about the deal with the Taliban. They didn't even tell the Afghanistan fucking government that we set up that we were making a deal with the Taliban before it was set in stone. Jesus Christ.
everything going so beautifully. When Joe Biden goes to the beach, because somebody on his staff thinks he looks very good in a bathing suit.
Let's see you in a bathing suit, Trump.
Or lift the
Come
chair,
on.
which weighs about 9 ounces. Joe Biden, if he would have just left everything alone, he could have gone to the beach. He would have had a tremendous success at the border and elsewhere. So we're going to take back our country. We're going to make sure we are.
I would never imply you should harm yourself, Joseph. Never, ever, ever. You should love yourself and leave the internet forever.
We are going to do it right. We're going to have the greatest economy ever in the history of our country. We're going to top what we did. We're going to become an energy center of the world. We were ready to become energy dominant, and they stopped that. But we're going to become energy dominant. We're going to pay off debt. We're going to do things.
We
that
are
nobody
energy
thought was
dominant.
possible. You know, we hadn't done our second phase of the tax cuts. When we did the tax cuts, the Democrats fought us very hard. And now they say, well, I guess that was pretty good because we took in much more revenues after we cut taxes. And then we did all of those regulation cuts, and people were working, and everybody was happy, and we were all proud of our country. But we're going to win this election because we have no choice. If we lose the election, we're not going to have a country.
Everybody was happy.
Everybody was happy. That's why I lost the presidency.
Back when I was president, nobody was poor, nobody was unemployed, nobody was homeless, everyone was happy.
No fentanyl crisis, no border crisis.
This is a magnificent place, a magnificent country, and it's so sad to see how far it's come and gone. When you look at the depths of where it's gone, we can't let that happen. We're going to straighten it out. We're going to close our borders. We're going to drill, baby, drill. We're going to get the inflation down. And we are going to make our country greater than ever before. And we're going to do it quickly. We're going to do it quickly. It's going to go fast. We have to get the criminals out. We have many, many criminals that have entered our country. We have people coming in from such bad places, and we're going to have to get them out. We have murderers that are being deposited into our country. We have drug dealers at the biggest and highest levels that are coming into our country. We have people coming into our country that just shouldn't be here. But many, and I say many, large percentages, they come in through the caravans. They come in many different ways.
Here's the thing about illegal immigration. Illegal immigration, at the rate that we have right now, is a problem. All right? And I think I've had that position, even publicly, for a long time. The problem is, and again, like we talk about like all the problems that Biden versus Trump has, and you know the camps that people are being put into while their cases are being heard and all that shit. People don't seem to realize that the problem and the difference between Biden and Trump. Number one, Biden is significantly different than Trump on the border, right? Even though lefties want to say that he is putting people into concentration camps and shit like that.
Genocide Joe.
Genocide Joe. But it is the perception on the world stage. It is the way in which they talk about these migrants, right? Like Biden and fucking Kamala Harris at the beginning of his term said, Kamala Harris said, do not come. This is not the place that you
do not come.
Yeah. They've had a stance on the border. They haven't been as strong on the border as maybe they perhaps should have been, but also, god damn, the difference in the way that they speak about these things and the way that that makes the world look at us as leaders of the free world is so unbelievably different. The way that we treat the migrants once they get here, the difference between, allowing families to stay together versus separating children and parents and keeping the children in these camps and debating whether or not we should spend the money to give them toothpaste and deodorant is fucking insane. It is unconscionable the way that the MAGA type conservatives talk about immigrants. It is just an unbelievable world of difference. Even if you want to say we should be stronger on the border, I can agree with that to a certain degree, right? I don't think that illegal immigration is a good thing, right? We should be hearing people's asylum claims. We should be kicking people out that are not going through the normal processes. But we should also, at the same time, be looking at these processes and saying, okay, this is really stupid how stringent this is. This is really stupid how we are, doing this or that. And we should fix that. And if people want to come into this country to work and actually provide economic benefits for everyone, we should let them in. And if they're going to come in and try and sell drugs or fentanyl or all these things, then we should kick them the fuck out. But when we talk about all of the migrants as criminal invaders who are coming in, raping, pillaging, and murdering, thieving, every American citizen that they come across, it's just an unbelievable world of difference in the perception of Americans, or the perception that Americans have of the people that are coming across the border. As someone that has lived in Houston almost his entire life and has interacted with illegal immigrants his entire
that's the
fucking
thing,
life.
Sondsol, people that live in areas that are dominated by immigration really don't tend to, at least in America, we do a pretty good job of assimilating immigrants. It's not like Houston is on the verge of civil war. It turns out when you have an immigrant dominated area, I don't know, people just kind of tend not to hate immigrants as much and get used to it, and that's just how it happens.
They recognize
right?
that they're just people that are trying to make money so that they can feed their children on average, on the overwhelming average, right? I have not.
Yeah,
met
and it's not like
person.
Mexicans are it's one thing if it's one thing if you're Sweden and a bunch of Somali immigrants come in, where you could legitimately say there's serious cultural differences. But when we're talking about a bunch of Latin American people, I mean, there's not really that many. When you really think about it, there's not that many cultural differences between the average American and the average Latin American. Yeah, one speaks Spanish and one speaks English, but overwhelmingly Christian countries, relatively democratic. Yeah, I mean, similar civil liberties across these countries, or
the work
ideals,
ideas.
Yeah,
are
hardworking
super
countries.
Similar.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know. I just don't.
Yeah.
There's obviously some assimilation. There's always assimilation problems. If I went to Canada as an American, there'd be some culture clash there. But
it wouldn't be that crazy
all these
because
Hispanic
it's Canada.
immigrants.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. With all these Hispanic immigrants and Americans, I really don't think the cultural differences are, and the family values and stuff like that. I don't really think they're that different than the average American.
Yeah, the cultural differences on the things that matter to people are not that different. Outside of music and cuisine.
Yeah, music and food and all this shit. I don't I've never met a anti-immigrant person that didn't like Mexican food. You know what I mean? It's not that they're complaining about. They the intellectually honest anti-immigrant advocate is just racist and just doesn't want brown people in the country. But a lot of times the average like anti-immigrant person, it seems like a lot of times it's like, fucking suburban dads in Iowa or some shit. And it's like, bro, how many immigrants could even possibly fucking live where you live? Like, what are you bitching about?
Yeah, I know.
You know what I mean? Like, because like these, more immigrant dominated communities, I don't know, like, especially with Hispanic immigrants and stuff, like, that's why I was saying the culture clash isn't that crazy, is that, a lot of the times when all these Hispanic people move in and stuff, it's not like a fucking, huge fucking racial conflict or anything like that. It's,
I know.
Language barrier and stuff. So
I'm going to have to stop stream because I have to eat food and take care of some stuff before tomorrow. But really quick, just to address the person that I banned in Kick Chat who decided to run over to YouTube chat because I know who they are and they can't stop themselves. Let me see here. We should prioritize our own backyard before taking care of others. Tell that to Trump, who cut, every single
I'm going to
fucking
prioritize your mother, Joseph.
Fucking true. Well, it's Panda Man, a fucking Jewish extremist kid that's like 16 years old who thinks that he can logic lord his way out of all of the bigotry that he has. But like, just a couple of things. First, we should prioritize our own backyard before taking care of others. Tell that to Trump and the Republicans who cut fucking social programs at every turn that they possibly can, who cut benefits to the VA, our veterans who are combat veterans at every single fucking turn that they can. Tell that to them who want to cut all access to contraceptives or reproductive health care for poor women who want to have a good fucking life for themselves. Tell that, like, please tell me about how Republicans want to take care of our own backyard. They haven't done a goddamn thing for a single demographic of the United States except for the people that they are friends with. Fucking, I can't say what I want to say. Damn, I've been drinking and I really want to say the thing that I want to say, But buy a rope, have fun with it, okay? There are lots of different activities you can do with a rope, all right? Venezuela doesn't have civil liberties. It's a dictatorship. Yeah, why the fuck do you think people are fleeing there, Joseph I? You fucking retard. Actually, there are Home Depots all over the United States. Thousands of locations. You can find one, all right? Anyways, I'm going to go ahead and end stream. Let me find someone to raid into on Kick really quick. And then I'm going to ask you a question really quick on off stream. We're going to raid into the only person I see that's live. It's Tom Foolery Show. I love you guys very much, and I'll see you guys probably tomorrow.